Santiago, where the wind greets you. Pilgrimage road to Santiago de Compostela in Spain. Prologue. Exactly 10 years ago, on a summer day, I was walking through the Tibetan Himalayas. I walked with a very painful headache from altitude sickness, along the muddy trails, chitchatting with my Chinese friends in the mountain rain. I remember one day I took off in a car and sped without any direction, suddenly surprised by the unforgettable scenery of a lake and mountains reflected by the glow of sunset. It was 10 years ago that I was touched to tears by the impression of Dalai Buddhists, who walked hundreds and thousands of kilometers from the door of their house to the Tibetan capital, Lhasa. And 10 years later this summer, I am walking to Santiago de Compostela on 2 clay shoes, and it has been over 30 days so far. It was from Martin Sheen's movie, The Way, that I first heard about Camino de Santiago, or the Santiago pilgrimage, also known as Camino. The movie was based on the story on the pilgrimage route that he walked, in grief, on behalf of his son who passed away during the pilgrimage. I stopped watching it in the middle of the movie because I felt so sad in some scenes. I then kept it in my mind to go there someday. As such, Camino was asleep in the corner of my memory for a long time. When I talk to people about Camino, they say they want to walk this route at least once in their life. Christian believers have it as a lifelong wish, and non-Christians may want to experience a sense of agony or a way to enlightenment. A lot of people want to trek it, but actual statistics say that only about 200,000 people a year realize the dream. The ratio has been increasing in recent years. One day in early July, I went to a British friend's birthday party. I met Andrea, who is a master of multiple languages. We used to participate in language activities. She said she was thinking about a Camino trip for the summer holiday. The start date could be someday in July, with a plan to walk for about a month. Oh, well, that's a trip I've wished to go on for years. From that day, the Camino pilgrimage began to wriggle back into my mind. Shall I go or shall I not go? Sooner or later. After a long time of consideration, I made up my mind to go on the pilgrimage, thinking, why not try something rather than regret not doing it? My original plan of a 2-week vacation was turned into an indefinite period for the Camino trip. I hurriedly purchased travel items and started studying the routes. In the afternoon of July 10th, I finished packing. Yep, I would go. I'd like to make one of my bucket list items come true. I couldn't sleep until 2 a.m., but I needed to be at the bus station before 4 a.m. Crap. Was I too excited? Nothing is easy. Day 0. From Slovakia to Saint-Jean in France. On the 11th of July, I woke up at 2:10 a.m. and I took a night bus from a roadside stop to Bratislava bus terminal. I was scheduled to take a bus to Vienna airport at 4 a.m. While I was sleepily waiting at a platform, a Korean couple approached me. They were almost weeping. Are you Korean? Yeah. There must have been a Polish bus a long time ago, but it's not come yet. Buses can also be cancelled. You should check it out at the Terminal Customer Information Center at 4 o'clock when it opens. Before my trip to Camino, I did a good deed. I went to Pamplona via Madrid. It's very hot during the day. I walked out of the airplane, walked into the airport building and waited for my suitcase. 20 minutes passed and 30 minutes passed, but I couldn't see my bag at the luggage rail. OMG. What happened? I waited with patience until around at 2:30 and went to the luggage claim counter with a hasty heart. I showed her my luggage tag and asked if the bag had arrived. She said there's no record for my suitcase in the luggage system. The system didn't show if my suitcase was in Madrid or even loaded into the airplane at Vienna airport. Oh my god, at that moment, all I had was a travel sleeping bag and a selfie stick. She told me to come back after 30 minutes. I waited, wondering what to do. After 30 minutes, I went the desk again. After 30 minutes and another 30 minutes, my suitcase's record didn't show up. A bus from Pamplona to St. Jean was supposed to depart at 5:30 p.m. I checked the counter several times until 4:30 p.m., but unfortunately, no record appeared. She said she'd deliver it to me the next day, at their expense, if the suitcase arrived at the airport. The next day, I didn't know where I'd be. I explained to the staff that I'd move to St. Jean that afternoon and start my Camino trip right away the next morning. She saw the map and told me that I'd reach Alberg Ronsfals the next day according to the route. Isn't the toughest day the first day? My mind already arrived at Ronsfals, but I couldn't predict how the next day would be. I'd stop in the middle or go further. So I replied that it's difficult to guess. I was worried. I told her I'd stay one more day in St. Jean, and then I'd like to leave for Camino after receiving my suitcase. Her guess was that perhaps the bag was likely to come that afternoon or that night. She suggested that we'd better make a decision after I'd make a phone call when I'd arrive at the hostel. She wrote down the desk phone number. It's not her fault. There was no need to be angry at her. Inevitably, I left the address of the hostel and took a taxi to the bus stop. Camino trip became exciting even before the start. I bought a small backpack of €15 and a sunscreen near the bus stop, which I believed were the most necessary items to survive for a day without my suitcase. I kept a super positive attitude, thinking at least my steps would be lighter starting with lighter luggage. The bus bound for St. Jean ran on a zigzag mountain path. It continuously rose to the peak. It rained. It poured. It's foggy. The wind blew. Everyone started whispering. And the voices grew loud. Well, wow. The next day would be very interesting. On a downhill road, the weather got worse. I didn't have much information on how to find an accommodation for the day of arrival, so I made a reservation for a St. Jean hostel online before departure. I opened the door to the hostel, and I saw the staff member talking to someone on the phone. It sounded like French, or like Spanish. She hung up the phone, turned her head to me and said, "Mr. Coy." I nodded my head. Then, she said my bag would arrive at the hostel before 10 o'clock that day. Wow, it's a phone call from the airport. Hallelujah. Good things happen when you think positive all the time. I checked the room number and shortly went out to make a credenzial pilgrim pass, which would allow me to get stamps from accommodations, churches, or cathedrals. I asked people how to get to the credenzial place on the hill. After paying €2 and receiving my own credenzial, I took a photo as evidence in front of the building. Let's smile brightly. It's finally time to start my journey. My pilgrimage route, a 775 kilometers walk, would begin soon. It's a big thrill. On the way down the hill, a lot of thoughts came to my mind. It's a trip which started right after temporarily wrapping up my routine life. I'd get something and learn something. I'd like to keep hope in my heart the trip would be a beautiful one. I found a restaurant nearby and filled my stomach with good quality food. The red wine was bitter that night because of anxiety. The dinner price was €18, which was quite expensive. I cut some slack because it's the first day of my long and laborious journey. Seriously, it's about to start. Day 1. Drinking raindrops on leaves to Roncesvalles. I woke up at 5 o'clock. I had a relatively luxurious banquet for breakfast with cup noodle and bread. I opened the Korean cup noodle on the first day, which was the only one brought from Slovakia. I knew it was an extravagance, but I lacked knowledge on how to find a route to a supermarket in the neighborhood, how to pay for grocery materials, even how to order meals in Spanish or French. I just needed a certain time to practice the basics in those languages. I left my new bag bought in Pamplona the previous day in the hostel. The original bag already weighed too much and was bulky enough. I left a small note on the night table. Please give this bag to anyone who needs it. It still rained. I put a waterproof cover on my bag and I put on a waterproof jacket and hat. I left the hotel, but I couldn't figure out the direction. It's just the start, I couldn't figure out because it's so dark. Why couldn't I see a yellow arrow in my eyes? I turned on the map application and entered the next destination city. Only then I could see the direction. I was so glad I had a smartphone. Traveling with or without a smartphone certainly was different. Before the departure, I'd seen a video about Camino de Santiago made by a young traveler. 3 items were recommended by him. 1. Multiple earplugs to be free from snoring. 2. Flip-flops, sandals put on between the toes and second toes. 3. Offline map. Mostly yellow arrows, signs, and shells are well marked, but occasionally it's necessary to use offline maps when you get lost. It's absolutely necessary when the signs aren't visible in the dark and you're lost in a city. Can you imagine how gravy your 2 legs would complain if you wander around a few extra 100 meters while walking a 775 kilometers journey? It can be very depressing in that case. It drizzled, misted, and rained repeatedly. I tried to take a photo with the selfie stick in the middle. Unfortunately, the rainy and windy weather didn't present good photos. I climbed up and up. I went through forests and crossed water in the valleys. I ran into sheep and cattle on the way. Green nature smiled at me. There were clouds, fog, and rain. It was a misty day. As that was a tough day, I met only a few people. They went by saying, "Bien camino." I said, "Bien camino" back. Wasn't it buen camino? Buen camino equals good journey or good trip. It seemed to be the border between France and Spain. There was a time of crisis about 10 kilometers ahead of the destination of Roncesvalles. There was no place to drink water. There were only trails and paths with no shops, no restaurants, and no water spring. I was thirsty. Suddenly I remembered an article that rainwater could be used as drinking water. Actually, I had no other choice. Therefore, I drank a little bit of rainwater on the leaves to pass by. Since I only saw small leaves, I needed to sip from. Oh, my thirst was quenched. The article was correct. The rainwater made feel me alive. I saw a card under the 4.8 kilometers sign. If you knew how much I love you, you'd cry of joy. I was completely moved to tears. It's touching. I also had many people who loved me. I was impressed on the first day of the journey. I walked and climbed with the heartwarming power of that card. Walking through forests and mountains, I saw flatlands. The building of the cross was seen in the distance and the sign ALBERGUE came in sight. An Asian woman stared at me quietly at the entrance of the hostel. She might have felt sorry me, seeing me wholly wet by the rain. I was wet and she was also totally wet. Before entering the hostel, I washed my shoes with the water hose, then volunteers greeted us. Hello, may I have a bed tonight? Yes, sure. The Asian female who I'd met at the main gate was a Korean woman from Seoul. It seemed she had a language barrier, so I helped her for a while regarding the registration process. She's called Han Bail. Her eyes were big, lively, and she looked very kind. Our special relationship started that day and continued until the last day of Camino. She had no English name, so I considered giving her an English name. The Bail in her name means a star in English. Bail, Bail, Bail. Star. Star. Star, Stella. Because we're heading to Camino de Compostela through the entire journey, I gave her Stella as an English name. She told me it's a beautiful name and she liked the name very much. Frankly speaking, I hadn't studied for the Camino trip. I only read an article about Alberg, that's all. I'd been nervous because of my ignorance of how it looked and how its system ran. It's regarded as a dormitory for pilgrims. €10 was paid for a bed, and I bought a scallop shell, a symbol of the pilgrims. Stella handed me 2 pieces of pain relief patches for compensation for my help that day. I didn't want to take them, but she put them on my bed and disappeared. She's so kind-hearted. I attached a patch to my right knee that always made a creaky sound and another one to my left shoulder. It worked fine. I appreciated Stella. Everything's wet. It was a comment everybody made that day. It seemed that wet objects couldn't dry out, even overnight. Because all the windows were closed, the hanging clothes surely couldn't dry out. I guess I'd start the next day wrapping up in all wet clothes. Looking back at the entire journey, it was the hardest day out of the 31.5 days in terms of distance, poor preparation, weather condition, and thirst level. I met a lot of pilgrims who groaned because of the intensiveness of the walk that day. Nevertheless, the first step was taken, which means the hard part already passed. I attended a mass at 8 o'clock, after dinner. It was my first mass in Spanish. The order was confusing, but the sacredness was the same. The minister prayed for the pilgrims. He called the names of countries that participated in the pilgrimage that day. Korea was also called. He prayed that those pilgrims would be able to finish the journey to Santiago safely and in good health. The pilgrims of each country cried for joy to just have started the journey. we were grateful to have the opportunity to walk the pilgrimage. For a while, the fatigue escaped my body. The Mass gave me the courage and energy to walk again the next day. I can say that first day of Camino was hard. Asterisk notes from this day. I hung my wet clothes over the jumping rope near my bed. I actually brought the jumping rope in Slovakia, just in case. One pilgrim on the other side approached me and said, "You're professional." I liked his saying. Flip-flops rocked. I'd wondered when the video guy suggested it, but on that first day, I could see the real effect of flip-flops. They're very useful to go in the washroom, take a shower, even to cool my hot feet after walking. It's so good to have them. I couldn't imagine the journey without flip-flops. Knowledge is power. I met an Italian couple from Rome, called Roberta and Paolo. It's a lucky coincidence. Many stories were created with them. Snoring man in the next bed. He sounded like a tank passing. I could hear a snoring noise penetrating all through my earplugs. Oh, no. I didn't eat a real lunch, just one chocolate. I better keep food in my stomach to burn calories when necessary. In the evening I had a community dinner with other people for €10. Beside me, there were one Italian lady, one German mother, and one child seated together. The child told me she didn't like math. I had been teaching math. Anyhow, chicken legs and red wine tasted so good. Day 2. Loving spicy noodles to Zubiri. 5 o'clock wake up. My hiking shoes were still wet. Accordingly, I put the dry socks back into the bag. I tied shoelaces and left Alberg wearing wet socks from the previous day. It's better to dry wet socks by the heat from the feet rather than to spoil a new pair of socks. Breakfast would be ready at 7 o'clock. If I ate breakfast at 7 o'clock, I could leave Alberg around at 8 o'clock, which quite late if I take my short legs into consideration. So I just skipped the breakfast and walked out. It's dark. I walked through a forest on the flat land. The trees were heading straight toward the sky. The fresh morning air and beautiful scenery lightened the step of the pilgrims. Compared to the previous day, the difficulty level of walking was relatively low. It was a piece of cake to climb up through a mountain path in the second half of the day. I got used to hiking somehow. The weight of the bag was about 10 to 11 kg, including the weight of the sleeping bag. While I was walking for 2 days, I felt that it'd be better to have a waistband to hold the bag so that the bag could hug me tightly. The bag that I carried on my trip from Seoul to East Sea in the past would be the most appropriate. Why did I bring it back to Korea last summer? I carried a transformer bag which could be turned into a suitcase. Since the transformer bag was not a professional one for hikers, the weight dispersion and adhesion to the waist were poor. It might be appropriate for a short trip. It would put too much weight solely on both shoulders. Simply saying, it was not suitable for hikers to carry for 30 days. I had to replace it. It cost €60, but I had to throw it away to survive the journey. I'd better stop worrying about the bag till I arrive in Pamplona, the next big city. The weight of that bag was 11 kilograms and I usually weighed 65 kilograms, approximately 68 kilograms at that time, which means I had carried a bag of about 1/6 of my weight. A friend who I'd met during the trip said 10% out of the body weight would be proper for the bag's weight. It'd be 7 kilograms plus suitably, but I had 11 kilograms of a bag. Still, it's an inevitable weight because I had to carry some Korean ingredients and a sleeping bag to keep my body warm. I cannot sleep if I feel cold. I prefer to fall asleep in hot weather. If it's too cold, I usually have a bad sleep and I easily can catch a cold. Later on, I found out that my sleeping bag could hold up to 10 degrees Celsius below zero and weighed 1.5 kg. The backpack weighed 9.5 kilograms when measured at the airport, so 9.5 kilograms plus 1.5 kilograms equals totally 11 kilograms. I purchased gochujang, red pepper paste, chili sauce, rice, etc. on the way, therefore, the total weight of the bag would be more than 12 kg. I have to say that the weight of life includes the weight of gochujang. It's a brilliant idea to download a lot of music before the trip. I encountered some friends and talked to them sometimes on Camino, but I walked alone most of the time. I could walk for a few hours by myself, appreciating the nature, thinking about things, reflecting on myself. Though 7 to 8 hours of hiking every day naturally caused me to slow down. Especially around 11 o'clock, the slowness went to extremes. Surely, I needed music. What music could be the best? Popular music would be good, and foreign pop music also would be good. My recommendation is rock. The rhythm of the rock music is militant, helping to maintain the fast pace of the walking steps. I encourage you to carry any song, even children's songs or even a hymn. Music is a great companion for hikers. It's a good company, especially for those who want to relax after enjoying too much solitude and speculation, or for those who go crazy walking on the fields in 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit weather. 2 button badges were attached to my hat. One was the Korean language school's badge, which was my affiliation, and the other was the badge of the English conversation group called Young Man Do. The former was a Korean educational institute based in Slovakia for Korean students of migrant people or dispatched workers. And the latter was a study group that encouraged my passion to learn English since I was in college. Both were very valuable to me, so I wore them on my hat until they rusted out. After about a week, those badges were put in a garbage can because being rusted in the rainwater. Anyhow, it's good to walk with thankful people or a nostalgic existence. I arrived in Alberg before 1 p.m. I walked for about 7 hours. In the afternoon, the warm sunshine of Spain made me happy. It's good to have a sunny day. And it's much better because the laundry dried well after the cloudy and rainy days. I felt good. I ate a pack of ramen noodles and sausage with chili sauce so that I could pleasantly reduce the weight of the bag. It was delicious. Some European friends were curious to see a small Asian man boil the hot spicy ramen noodles. Solving hunger was a top priority. I made noise swallowing, slurping, and slurping. I was an ill-mannered traveler. It's good to be true to instinct. Sadly, only one ramen pack remained. Oh, my precious. I love you, ramen. I should have brought a razor with me. I was gradually becoming a wild man. I was becoming a hairy monkey. Having too much beard and moustache wasn't natural to me. As the bag was already heavy and the razor also weighed a few grams, I left the light electric razor at home. I felt uncomfortable. I had to shave. I needed to do it in order to refresh my mind. In addition, a cleaner look would be helpful to making more friends. I met a Slovak and a Hungarian. I introduced myself to the Slovak friend and greeted her in my poor Slovak language. She was so surprised. She told me that it was amazing to see me speaking Slovak. I had lived in Slovakia for over 5 years, but my Slovak level was still low. Regardless of my level, she praised my Slovak for being much better than the Hungarian friend. Ha. That Slovak friend was Alan, and the Hungarian friend was Dora. I met him again and again until I arrived in Santiago de Compostela. Fortunately, I encountered both of those friends in Santiago, and we embraced, tearfully delighted to see each other. Alan slipped on a wet trail and twisted her ankle the previous day. I could see it had swollen a lot. It was just the beginning of the pilgrimage and she was injured unluckily. I felt sorry for her. Momentarily, I was thinking of the mountain roads in rain and fog of the other day. Oh, it's scary. She's tall and energetic, I guess, and could finish the long journey easily without any trouble. I wished her all the best. Asterisk notes from this day. Chinese friend Benedicto Ben in the next bed was 17 years old. As a very young Catholic, he had wanted to walk that way. He's also another friend who spent a lot of time with me before arriving in Santiago. I nicknamed him Busybody, a man who always wanders around full of curiosity. He's a person who liked to talk with people all the time. He's a Chinese immigrant of the second generation of Italian nationality. I met the German child who didn't like mathematics. She slept and slept without movement after arrival. Was she all right? A very old couple from Germany arrived in the albergue late in the evening. I guess their ages might be 70s. I wondered if they could walk in the condition. They limped with exhaustion, but the faces were full of smiles. Oh, no. They made me feel sad. Why did they do it then? Please finish Camino journey safely, I prayed. Day 3. Are you Japanese? To Pamplona. I left the albergue at 6 o'clock in the morning. That day's destination was Pamplona. It's an airport city that I stopped over before I moved to St. Jean. Pamplona was a city of the Festival of Cows, where Sidney Sheldon wrote about. That's the reason why people wore red scarves, red hats, and red clothes. Someday I'd love to read the novel. I also need to study the author, Sidney Sheldon. It's certain that I walked too hard on the first day. Comparatively, that day's walking distance was quite fine. The straps of the backpack only gave me some pain enough to leave reddish marks on my shoulders. I could feel that especially the right shoulder was in more pain. I wrapped the shoulder straps of the backpack with blue skycloth for a temporary solution. It's clear that the bag was too heavy. I had to throw away some more away. It'd be better to get rid of some unnecessary items. Nevertheless, I wasn't sure what to throw away. The items that were currently being carried were chosen after deep consideration. Ironically, I bought ham, sandwich, cheese, bread, and peanut snacks in the city that afternoon, filling up the bag. The paradox was my body got heavier, but on the contrary, my mind got lighter because there's something to eat in the backpack. It's interesting. I passed a factory region. The morning breeze shook the grass on the road. I ran into the old couple who I met the previous day. Didn't they start 1 hour in advance? But I already caught up to them. Could they go to the next city within a day? The suffering voluntarily in their age. I heard that he pledged himself to continue walking. I couldn't help pushing the camera shutter to take a picture of the old couple. Be well, sir and madam. When I left the forest and headed towards a flatland, one Asian man asked me, "Nihonjin desu ka, are you Japanese?" "Watashi wa Kangokujin desu." "I'm Korean," I replied. "Your Japanese is very good," he responded. I didn't expect that there I'd use the only Japanese expression I learned during my trip to Japan. Soon after, an Asian woman passed by and asked me, "Hankook and Isio. Are you Korean?" Yeah. She's Korean. She's the second Korean I talked to in the Camino. And I saw she walked energetically. She's called Valentina. She's another friend who I often met up until the end of the trip. How long had I been walking? Soon, I met Stella. She asked me if I had seen a Korean woman. I told her a Korean woman passed by very energetically just before. Energetically. She laughed and said that'd surely be her friend. Meeting with friends, again and again, is the hidden charm of that Camino trip, and the charm already had begun. They're innocent and friendly. I asked her where her next destination would be. It was Pamplona. Pamplona was already a familiar sight to my eyes. A sign for municipal albergue was seen somewhere near a park by the city entrance. I waited in a queue at the hostel. Wow, the procedure was too slow. It's almost impossible to imagine a procedure that's slow in Korea. Yet no pilgrim complained. When somebody went to check in, orange juice and some cookies were provided, and the staff kindly explained one by one about the neighborhood. Later, I heard that the police came and investigated illegal travelers. That's why the procedure for filing a stay was very complicated. I was stupid. I didn't know the background but just grumbled. Patience is bliss. I could say my daily routine was settled, which was early morning wake up, washing, going to the toilet, packing the bag, having a simple breakfast, taking a shower after arrival, doing laundry, having a simple lunch, taking a siesta nap, strolling around, writing in my diary, having dinner, and falling asleep. I had the same schedule that afternoon. I strolled around Pamplona after a nap. Well, it looked familiar. The street I had seen before appeared. Oh. That's the shop where I bought bags and hats 3 days ago. I entered the shop. I bought the same travel bag with just another color because I decided to give up my heavy transformer bag. Nin Haiji de Woma, do you still remember me? She can dao nida mausi, sure, I saw your hat. She had been surprised at a Korean man who spoke a bit of Chinese, so she remembered me. We talked about Korean cosmetics and Korean wave. A Chinese child also took interest in me. She loved Korea. I lied to her that Song Hye-kyo, a top actress in Korea, was my ex-girlfriend, then I left paying €15. I was a liar. I took my stuff out of the old bag and put into the new bag. Fortunately, everything fit and was transferred. I told a volunteer of the albergue to give my transformer bag to the person who might need it. It's definite that the traveling bag was much better than the transformer bag. The traveling bag hugged my back and it had a waistband to disperse the weight. Of course, the new bag was not a totally specialized traveling bag, but I was already grateful for having a backpack at least. Next time I will take my specialized traveling backpack from Korea back to Slovakia. Oh, then should I make a new plan for another Camino? Well, let me think. I needed Korean food. In the long-term trip, we needed to eat well, sleep well, and walk well. Distinctively, it's a challenge for Asian people to eat well. Just eating wheat bread, pasta, spaghetti, salad or salty meat dishes couldn't satisfy the stomach. Sadly, only few towns or cities had Asian restaurants. Therefore, it's almost impossible to taste Asian food unless you cook it yourself. Besides, you needed to walk for an average of 7 to 8 hours a day, and when you arrived at an albergue, you'd be so exhausted you might lose any will to cook or eat. So there are many pilgrims who simply kept ordering and eating food at a restaurant. As I needed to keep traveling, I was thinking to try to imitate the taste of Korean food by putting spicy sauce or ingredients. You know what I did that day? Lazily, I went to a restaurant to eat a pilgrim menu, Peregrino menu again, which was a combination of salad, fried meat, French fries, chocolate dessert, and delicious wine. It's fine to eat whenever there's something to eat. There's no need to torture myself by having stress. The wine helped me to forget about Korean food that night. Let's eat well. In the evening, I was resting in the common room, and one of my Italian friends asked me to play games like double, or Uno together. When your brain is dead, a simple game is the best. Since I anticipated monotony or boredom on my 30-day journey, I put double and Uno cards in my bag. It turned out it was a good idea. Fun games gave me more opportunities to get close to people, and they allowed me to spend afternoons having fun. We laughed and screamed, excitedly competing to win. You don't need good English to play board games. Even losing was fun. Asterisk notes from this day. I met Filippo, Alexandra, and Alina. From that day, I started making many Italian friends by playing card games, drinking wine, and singing songs. We slowly became an Italian family. Day 4. I want barbecue to Puente La Reina. I woke up at 5 a.m. and finished the preparations for departure before 6 o'clock. I thought it'd be okay to eat breakfast at 6 o'clock and start the day's journey. The breakfast provided by the albergue was toast, strawberry jam, and 3 pieces of butter. It was yummy and sweet. Before the departure, albergue staff told me again that she appreciated the bag. She's such a good-hearted human. Pamplona was alive even at 6:30 in the morning. The streets were still busy with the previous day's festival and were full of party people, especially young people still drinking beer, singing together, and cheering until the early morning. I envied them. A stranger asked me, "Where are you from?" I responded politely to him, "I'm from South Korea." "Can you say, Happy New Year, Maria?" And he recorded my voice on his phone. New Year celebration message in that hot summer. Of course, he's drunk. I thought he probably wanted, "Happy birthday, Maria." Additionally, he asked me if I'd speak the sentence in Korean. I said, "Saengil chukahi, Maria." Happy birthday, Maria, and I started that day's journey. Drinking, singing, and dancing are always fun. In my opinion, it's another challenge to find the Camino route in big cities. On country roads or mountain roads, the direction of Camino route was well guided, but it's necessary to look hard to find a correct way in cities. Especially when you walk the dark dawn road, you get easily lost. Even if you used a map application, you'd be guided by the shortest route, so you may have to take a different route. There's no sign at the crossroads somewhere at the end of Pamplona. I couldn't see any signs although I went a few meters back. While I was seeing a Camino app and the downloaded image of maps to check where to go, one person went by and said, "It's left, you must cross that mountain." Yeah, thank you. As he walked on the right path, he turned his head slightly and smiled at me. He was a priest. How would he know that I'd be lost here? Was I walking for another 5 minutes? A female pilgrim stopped walking after taking 10 steps and stopped. As I passed by, I asked, "Are you all right?" She told me her legs and knees were sore. That bony female pilgrim's backpack was the same size as mine. It's clear that she had pain because her backpack was too heavy. She'd walked the rough roads for several days. We walked together to the next village, just 5 minutes walking distance. We had a chat for a while. Her name was Isabella, an Italian student, and black. When I asked why the backpack was so heavy, she replied she packed a lot of things to eat from Italy to save cost. I suggested that it'd be better to take a rest in the next village. We kept chit-chatting. We asked each other about our hometown, school major, wishes, what to do next, city where you started Camino, the date you started Camino, and so on. After chatting, we arrived at the next village. "It's time to split now," she said. "Thank you for being together. It's not difficult to help other people. Just sharing time and being together was enough." On the last day of the journey, I met her at a restaurant just before I moved to the bus station for departure. I hugged her. Although it took her longer, she successfully finished the Camino trip. I was happy for her. Well done. I went through vast plains, wheat fields, and mountains. I could see the wind turbines stood in a row. It was such a spectacle. I couldn't help taking the selfie stick out of my backpack. Click, click. Taking pictures is always good to refresh memories in the future. Let me enjoy the views of the landscape well and take a lot of pictures. Taking your time is a part of beauty of the Camino trip. There's no reason to rush at all. I massaged my feet and toes at 1-hour intervals while walking. A passing person asked me, "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm very good. Thanks. I'm massaging my feet," I replied. I didn't expect that the experience of walking 250 kilometers plus from Osan to Iksan and 300 kilometers from Seoul to Eastsea would be so helpful. Of course, after the journey, I thought it's crazy to do and I promised not to do it again. But then I was on a longer hiking trip. A massage could give ventilation, and it'd be very effective because it helped blood flow in legs and feet. Stretching legs, waist, and shoulders was also effective. There were no particularly noticeable blisters except for the blisters of the right sole in the last few days out of 30+ days because of the inevitable overspeeding. The reason for the good condition of my feet was probably due to the foot massage. Every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes, or before going downhill, at the bottom arrival point, I maintained a habit of keeping my heels tucked away, turn my knees round, squat, and loosen my legs. I recommend these activities to future pilgrims. It's always good to finish a journey without any health problem. As you walk more and more, you'll realize how important it is to take enough rest and relax for a few minutes at regular intervals. The bag changed, the weight was reduced. A few days from the start passed so that my body became conditioned to walk well. I was happy with the light shoulders and the tight waist to the backpack. Hence, I could enjoy the surrounding scenery better with more comfort. After Zubiri, the war against rain disappeared. However, the war against the sunshine began for the rest of journey. I could see 30 degrees basically, and 35 degrees, 40 degrees for many days. The intense sunlight had a significant impact on walkers. It slowed down the pace, weakened the will to walk, and caused the pilgrims to require longer rest. I think other friends felt very hot like in the desert because I felt normal hot. Yay, I had an easy hike that day. Like a routine, I had time to take a shower, wash clothes, take a nap, wake up, walk and meditate. I shaved finally. I purchased a set of disposable razors and shaved cleanly. I looked much better. Where would my handsome look go? Calm down, friends. I'm kidding. By shaving, my weary mind seemed a little cleansed. I should have done it earlier. When a man changes in appearance, it means something. Over the last few days, I had eaten bread, cheese, butter, jam, fried pork, French fries, and so on. It's beyond question that I missed Korean barbecue. I bought pork belly and chili sauce in a supermarket nearby. Unfortunately, in the evening, my Italian friends would be making pasta and carbonara. They occupied the kitchen fully. Whoa. Over 20 people were busy cooking and eating in the kitchen. Well, what should I do with my barbecue plan? I silently put my pork belly somewhere in the corner of the room. Instead, I ate pasta and carbonara for free. It's very common during the Camino trip to cook and share food together. However, because most of the pilgrims were Europeans, the menu was only European. Actually, it's almost impossible to cook and share Korean food because of the complexity of making Korean food. Maybe instant Korean noodles could be shared, but European pasta is quite similar to Korean noodles and it can't be the main dish because it would have more calories for hiking next day. Asterisk notes from this day. I met Stella and Valentina again. They shared delicious wine with me. I would cook something for them in the future. There's another reunion with Benedicto. Wow, that friend really liked to talk. I enjoyed double Uno games with a lot of friends. There's a little difference in the rule for each country. It's funny to argue about the difference. I smiled at my friends, thinking again, it's a good idea to bring the cards. Day 5. You are fat, really? To Estella. As soon as I woke up at 5 o'clock, I started boiling pork belly bought on the previous day in a pot. Because it's too complicated to grill and fry in the early morning, I simply boiled it. I put some vegetables in the pot and also boiled rice for breakfast. The amount of meat was more than I expected. When I bought it, I thought the quantity would be appropriate. But while cooking, I found out that the actual amount was beyond what I could eat. I was concerned if I had to throw the leftovers away. Luckily, I saw Stella waking up. Thank God. I could share it. Regarding eating, she felt the same way. She had not eaten Korean food for days and had suffered from Western food that didn't suit her taste. We're about to have the most delicious breakfast on the trip. I ate pork belly with chili sauce on, and I mixed rice also with chili sauce. It's so delicious. Stella said that she had been so eager to eat rice. We didn't leave a single grain of rice. Thanks to the nice breakfast, I was pretty sure I'd fly that day. Not long after I left, I met Stella again at a crossroad. It's on her way coming from the road in the wrong direction. She'd been lost. Because it's normal to get lost in Camino, we just laughed as if nothing happened. Both of us had a very similar walking speed. We made a joke frequently. Our legs have a similar length, so we are walking at the same speed. Ha ha. She's a musical singer. She had only the 1 semester left in university. She told me Camino was recommended by her friend and she came because she thought she'd find something and learn something. We walked for about 7 hours that day. I could read her eyes. She had a passion for what she wanted to do. She had kept her desire to communicate with the world by her singing. It's a pity that she didn't speak any foreign language. She'd suffered from language barriers. I encouraged her to invest her time in a foreign language. I said, it's much better to expand your stage to the world with the help of languages and create more opportunities, rather than to fight fiercely just in the small territory of Korea. Korean culture is already so great, why don't you show off our music and culture globally through your talent? Stella stopped her steps and said, I have goosebumps right now. As she's kind, diligent, and beautiful, she'd certainly succeed in her career. She talked about one grievance, which was that her professor asked her to lose weight. Since she's small, she had to play a delicate and tragic role, but she's seen as a bit heavy to play the role. OMG, that's ridiculous. She didn't look like that fat at all. I said when she'd come back to Korea, she should show the pictures of European friends taken during Camino and argue with her professor by proving that she's not fat. It might be hard to live as an actor or actress in Korea. At the entrance to Estella, Valentina waited for Stella. Stella and Valentina would walk to the next city. I said to those friends, go. Fight. I promised to see them next time. I entered a municipal albergue and then started the afternoon schedule. Dinner time and afterward was the time to exchange information with other travelers. I sat a day with friends in a common area chitchatting. A European woman was looking for a corkscrew to open a bottle of wine. Nobody had one. Pleasantly, I handed her a Swiss Army knife from my bag, aka MacGyver knife, and joked a word. I accept any tip, €100 or a kiss. That woman gave me a very good kiss on the cheek and took the knife. Isn't it good? It's another super great idea to bring the knife. As I had missed Korean food, I went to a supermarket to give it a shot to make simple kimchi. I bought cabbage, paprika, red pepper powder, and garlic. I was happy to see the picture of the red pepper on the cover of the product, same as Korean pepper. I peeled garlic and boiled the red pepper powder in hot water. It smelled like black pepper, not the Korean pepper. Oh, come on. I tried to control the taste by pouring more salt in, but black pepper overwhelmed the taste. Oh, no. I regretted not bringing a pack of red pepper powder from home. I needed the homemade pepper powder in order to make kimchi or to boil some spicy stew. The next day, I threw away the unsuccessful kimchi into the garbage bin. I hoped there'd be another chance soon. Let's be positive. Asterisk notes from this day. Brunch, rice porridge plus bacon plus ham plus chili sauce mixed. It's delicious, a surprisingly good combination. I shared a bottle of red wine purchased at a local supermarket with Stella, Valentina, and a new boy. And I got one pack of kimchi noodles in return. It's a profitable business because the price of wine was cheaper than the noodle pack. Lovely. Day 6. Race discrimination. To Los Arcos. I woke up at 5 o'clock again. The early wake-up became a routine. The reason was simple. I checked the daytime temperature, and the next day's high temperature was 38 degrees Celsius. It'd be 39 degrees the day after the next day, and it'd be 41 degrees the day after that. To survive on those days, finishing the day's walk before 1 p.m., at the latest before 2 p.m. would be the best option. The average of walking distance was 25 kilometers per day. If you walk 3.5 kilometers per hour including break times and snack times, it takes usually 7 to 8 hours. Mathematically, you should start walking before 6 a.m. As a matter of fact, it's better to wake up at dawn and walk in the dark with a cool breeze instead of hot wind at daytime. If you're late to wake up by 1 hour or 2 hours, you'd be panting hard under strong sunlight of 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. You better avoid the misery of walking in the super hot weather of 2, 3 p.m. in Spanish summer. I had a pack of kimchi ramen for breakfast. Happily, I started my morning journey with a full stomach. I walked down the dark roads to a village called Bodegas Iriche. The village was famous for a wine fountain. I remembered that a Korean friend with a mustache who passed by on the previous day mentioned he'd drank a lot of free wine there. I couldn't meet the friend after. Would he really be late to reach Santiago because he's so drunk? Or would he arrive in Santiago very early at a high speed accelerated by good wine? The friend with the nice mustache disappeared since then. The number of forests and wild roads decreased, but on the contrary, certainly, the number of field roads increased. I could see wheat fields, and vineyards. Wheat fields, vineyards. Wow. It's hard to find shade. And it's so hot. The sun shined every second, every minute and every hour. I couldn't avoid it. Sweat dripped all down my body. Sweat ran down my forehead, face, neck, and back. I began to enjoy the asceticism or penance of pilgrimage more seriously. Yay! Let's enjoy the Camino. Laundry dried so well. I left Albo to go to a nearby supermarket. The extremely strong sunlight cooked me well like in a hot oven. It's good weather to cook and eat human meat. Sweat ran down my body again. Unfortunately, the big supermarket closed that day, so I just went back to the albergue with bare hands. My Italian friends suggested playing double and Uno games. No matter how hot the temperature was, the temperature to play a game was hotter. Some friends who failed to control their excitement screamed and shouted loudly. Our pleasant laughter echoed in the albergue. I didn't want to cook in that hot weather. I simply would eat out. I followed the Italian group and ordered a pilgrim menu. Some Italian friends taught me simple Italian expressions on the spot. They said my Italian pronunciation was pretty good. Everybody clapped and said, "Wonderful," and "Grande." Should I study Italian? I felt so good. While I was having dinner, 2 Korean women and 1 man walked toward us from the square. I called the names in a loud voice. They couldn't see me, probably because I was so tiny and Saturday in the corner of the restaurant. I shook hands and called again, "Stella." Thanks to the tough time of that day, she even unconsciously asked for a shake to greet me. We don't shake hands or hug to greet between the different genders of friends in Asian culture. Later Stella said that she's lonely there. She still suffered from the language barrier, and her walking alone, because of a different walking speed, made her lonelier. She's just happy to hear her name called from afar. It was like a family reunion. Asterisk notes from this day. Super hot temper lady, if you opened the door of the refrigerator, you had to buy a thing unconditionally. Definitely, I had no idea about the written notice on the refrigerator. The owner of the grocery store yelled at me angrily in Spanish when I didn't pick up anything from the refrigerator. She didn't do the same thing to the Hungarian friend, Dora, beside me. Isn't that racism? I wanted to say go to H. I just left the store in silence to calm down. When I got back to the albergue, a friend asked me if something happened. I told him the grocery lady made me upset. He said sorry to me instead. A friend next to him also said sorry. What? There's a bad person who did something wrong somewhere else, but those friends said sorry instead of her. It's still worthwhile living in the world with good friends. Day 7. Oh, my chili pasta, to LOGRONO. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. As soon as I walked out of the village, I couldn't see anything ahead in the darkness. I tried to find a flashlight purchased before the trip, digging in the bag. Eventually, I gave up on the flashlight and just turned on the phone flash. How stupid I was. It stayed dark until about 6:30 a.m. I put the phone flash away and walked quietly in the morning. Sunrise smiled at me again. I walked with the sunrise behind me, heading to the west. When I drank a pack of orange juice, Roberta approached, telling me she wanted to take a picture of me. What could I do with my handsomeness? The image of my resting under the trees might be impressive. The photo is one of the wallpapers on my Facebook page now. I look good in the photo. Ha ha. Up the hill, I saw one mother walking with 2 children. One child was in a stroller, the other child walked beside the mother. Sometimes both children Saturday in the stroller, so the mother had to push hard. And sometimes both children left the stroller so the mother had to stop walking. Could they finish the trip smoothly? I met him a few more times on the way. She seemed to face many hardships and challenges with children. I couldn't help taking a picture of that family. Oh, it'd be hotter that day. I saw 40 degrees Celsius temperature. What the? Moreover, I needed to walk longer than average that day. I remember the toughness of the first day. The rain in the mountain, of course, was the main hardship on the first day, but, on that day, the sun itself was a big hardship. Although the nice views of wheat fields and vineyards often greeted me, I couldn't enjoy them at all. I just continued marching under the strong sunlight to finish as early as possible. I was in a natural spa carrying an 11 kilograms backpack. I walked and walked. Whoa. Pain from my muscles and bones didn't stop. And I didn't have enough water. After a long walk through the factory area, I eventually arrived at Logroño. Phew. I had almost no energy in my legs. I was about to throw up because of so much pain. Benedicto had already arrived. Always the first sentence of his conversation was, "Are you all right?" I couldn't answer him. I checked the internet, and I found out information on a Chinese supermarket nearby. Great. The fantastic news was that they sold Asian food materials. Yay. I purchased 2 packs of noodles, 1 cup noodle, and the red pepper paste gochujang. In terms of food packing, that day was the best. Of course, I ate noodles and rice mixed with pepper paste that evening. I felt relieved. Serena would leave the next day. I didn't ask why she'd leave. Friends planned a small farewell party after the dinner. It said European friends have the Camino trip separately split into several years, mostly during summer breaks. For example, it's like 1/3 this year, 1/3 the next year, 1/3 the next year, or 4 times for 4 years. It's possible for European people to do that because of the geographical advantage. Probably, Serena would leave for the same reason. I didn't ask her after all. Just let it go. There were a lot of things to let go during the Camino trip. The Italian family grew every day. They all prepared meals, ate, drank, and chit-chatted together. It took quite a while to cook, so the full-scale dining was always after 8 p.m. Pasta was a regular dish. Mixed vegetable and grilled meat were on the table sometimes. They always hung out together, walked together, and enjoyed time together. I was honored to be a member of the Italian family, although I was a foreigner. You know the happiness when you're within a boundary of a warm family. Well, not everything can be good. One Napoli guy kept offending me. He stared at me and laughed, saying, "Korea. Korea." He repeatedly said he's not Italian, but he's a Napoli. And he continued teaching me in the Napoli language. He tried to teach me words such as door, to open, bed. Darn it. Why? Just leave me alone. He leered at me and ridiculed me. Ignorance is bliss. I gave him a nickname, Super Cazzo, or similar, which is a swear word in Italian. I better not translate the meaning here. When I played with friends putting our legs in the cold water of the fountain, Stella appeared at the entrance to albergue with an exhausted look. Oh, my Tilda. It's late. I guess she's the last one to register at the albergue. She came to the albergue by herself. She said all other friends of hers went to another albergue. Oh dear, pathetic. I helped her carrying the backpack after check-in. She needed to take the stairs. She said she was fine, but I wanted to help. In the evening, I went to the Asian supermarket and bought 2 packs of noodles. And I put the noodles on her bed secretly. I wished her to keep up her walking well till the end. The dormitory room was hot. One good thing was that my bed was right in front of the window and at least a bit of wind blew at me. Though, it's still hot. That night, snoring uncles and aunts played music very well. Some of them launched missiles with a loud scrambling sound. Earplugs and an eye patch are the must items. You will know those are very essential. Day 8. No energy, to Najera. The fruit liquor that I drank late last night was the blow. My head kept ringing. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. as well. The breakfast was rice and 3 pieces of ham mixed with red pepper paste. In the middle of daytime walking, I ate sandwiches, yogurt, and 2 sausages. You'd better continue eating little by little to maintain your walking speed. A while after I ate something, I couldn't help but feel hungry again. Walking consumes a lot of energy. People who want to lose weight can try this Camino as a solution. The morning lake glowing from the sunrise was magnificent. 30 minutes before sunrise, 30 minutes after sunset. It's the time for anybody to be a great photographer. I pushed the camera's shutter many times to take photos of the sunrise. The road in the city and was flat and easy to walk, but it soon turned into a road of hardship and asceticism. Did I walk about an hour? As soon as I pulled out the plastic water bottle to fill with water, I mistakenly dropped it. Oh my! The bottle was cracked, the water leaked. There's no way but to throw it away. As Benedicto passed by, he asked me as usual, "Are you all right?" I said my water bottle was broken. He said he had an extra bottle and could give it to me, but I kindly refused because I had a water pack. If I didn't purchase the water pack, it would have been a super asceticism day dying of thirst. Later, I looked back at the entire journey and picked the hardest day out of 32 days. And I picked that day. In my diary, that day was written as crappy day. It was a day of 40 degrees Celsius for the 30-kilometer walk. Furthermore, 10 kilometers before the destination, there had been only monotonous roads with no shade. Accordingly, my body was dead and my mind gone. I was just a walking zombie. So, on that day, just a few photos were taken. Through the journey, I didn't stop making efforts to walk at my normal speed without adding extra stress to my knee, but that day I put much stress on my knees overspeeding because I wanted to finish the day's walk as early as possible in such hot weather. I arrived at the destination around at 2 p.m. I walked for 9 hours total. I was exhausted, dehydrated, and worn out when arriving. I ate a sausage with a cup of noodles for lunch. I even didn't have power to hold the cup noodle. That day was the hardest of all. Arriving and sorting things out, I was eating a cup of noodles. One man changed suddenly and got angry at the working staff. OMG. He wanted to have a lower bed, but he had never been asked by the working staff. He was simply assigned to an upper bed. That was why he was so upset. That's all. He swore and left the albergue, slamming the main door. There was more harsh violence, but I don't want to write it down here. He shouted loudly enough for the building to shake. All the pilgrims inside the building were shocked. I truly understood his feeling on such a harsh day. However, his reaction was too much. He's wrong. He didn't show any manners as a pilgrim. Wouldn't it be one of the purposes of the pilgrimage to learn patience? Let's suppress anger. Patience is bliss. He's so pitiful. I'd eat well, drink well and sleep well. It could be a great reward for a long day. I ate pork belly dipped with gochujang and wrapped in lettuce. Someone left rice at the kitchen to be used. That evening, I drank more than half a bottle of wine as a painkiller. It's good to get drunk. I shared the pork belly with a Korean pilgrim who looked at me with big eyes open and eagerly watched my food from the corner of the canteen. It's enough for 2 people to eat. He never stopped saying thanks a lot to me. He hadn't eaten any Korean food for a week. Naturally, he'd been very hungry for Korean food. It took us just a couple of minutes to finish the dinner. Later, Alan and Dora joined the dinner and gave me a free baguette, cheese, ham, and tomato for the next day. I was so lucky. I finished the day full of happiness. I already threw away a pack of wet tissue and a travel guide book some days ago on the way. I started getting rid of unnecessary items. That night, I planned to throw away the winter padding. I'd been afraid of cold nights, but it wasn't that cold for the past few days. The volume and the weight of the winter padding were quite a lot to carry for over a month. So I decided to throw it away. I left it silently at the albergue. It felt incredible to get rid of unnecessary things and end up with a lighter backpack. Day 9. Should I pay for the entrance to Chicken Church? To Santo Domingo de Lhasa. Why so hot? It's still very hot at night. About 1 o'clock in the morning, I felt so hot that I gulped down cold water and went back to bed. I fell asleep in a minute. Even if I woke up a few times in the middle of night, I'd had no problem getting back to sleep due to the fatigue of the walk every day. I got up at 4:30 a.m. My morning pattern to wake up early was compulsory as the hot weather continued. I filled my stomach with the remaining pork belly, vegetables, and gochujang. I was fully energized by having Korean food as breakfast. Some friends stared at me with eyes full of curiosity about the Korean food. Well, it's the Camino trip, you don't need to be ashamed. You better eat something when you see it before it disappears. Stretching before departure was helpful to warm up your body. I did it one by one: ankles, knees, hips, waist, shoulders, upper body, and neck. I felt my body more flexible. That day's distance was 20.7 kilometers. It's a short distance relatively. Accordingly, my footsteps were lighter. The moonlight changing into a crescent moon was dim, and the road at dawn was dark. When the sun rose, I could see the green field coming out. Roberta passed by and took a picture of me again. Thank you, Roberta. There's a difference between the composition of a picture taken by a selfie stick and a picture taken by another person at a distance. With a beautiful background, the bigger picture is better. No doubt I am officially a nice model, so, sorry ___. The yellow wheat field continued. I met again Roberta and Paolo before the last 5 kilometers. She'd like to take another picture of me because the scenery was pretty. I think humans' eyes have similar taste. The scenery was so beautiful and I stood bravely alone on the roadside in the picture. The model was so handsome. How arrogant I am. I arrived at an albergue before 11 o'clock, earlier than I expected. Paolo said 11 o'clock was the opening time. We had 5 minutes. I was thinking, had I ever arrived at an albergue before it opened? Oh, my walking speed was better. I saw the progress. The albergue was top class. The facilities were very clean, the structure was designed well, and the walls were beautifully decorated. I asked a friend why that albergue was equipped so well. His answer was it's because one popular movie about pilgrims was made here in the city. That's why. The pictures hanging in the middle of the wall were actually the scenes of the movie. Thanks to the movie, the pilgrims could enjoy the benefit of a nice environment. Hallelujah. I solved lunch by eating the baguette that I got the previous day. It was delicious. The cheese especially had my favorite taste, dissolving gently in my mouth. While eating, a Barcelona friend poured me a bunch of wine. Did I drink 2 glasses, or 3 glasses? Since then, he always called me Querido Amigo. I often met him during the Camino. He always poured beer or wine into my glass. I liked it. So he naturally became my best friend. We had a language barrier. But who cares? On the last day in Santiago de Compostela, unbelievably, I ran into the amigo friend again in a street. He was about to leave for Barcelona. We knew that it'd be impossible to meet each other again. We smiled wide, took a picture, and said goodbye to each other. We know it's better to have a simple goodbye in the manner which we had learned from the Camino trip. I miss you, my drinking amigo. It's a part of my daily routine to take a siesta nap after lunch. I'd taken a nap every day during the trip to Camino. Actually, I didn't do it before. Was I becoming Spanish slowly? Even if you take a siesta nap, you almost fall down on the bed again at night because you'll be still tired from 7 to 8 hours of walking a day on average. How long had I slept? I got up and started strolling. The size of the cathedral was too big compared to the size of the small town. The cathedral was famous for raising chickens inside it. But there's an admission fee. Wait. Was there a church or cathedral that had received admission fees in other countries? I turned the film of my memories. The previous cathedrals that I had visited had no admission fees so far. It's surprising the cathedral received an admission fee. During the Camino trip, most big cathedrals in Spain received admission fees. I talked to my French friend about the admission fee, and he was also surprised. How much money do pilgrims spend on the pilgrimage? Statistically, we're very helpful for the Spanish economy. A pilgrim spends more than €1,000 over 30 days for food, shelter, daily necessities, and even alcohol. The cost goes up well over €1,000 if the pilgrim uses a Spanish airline. If it includes transportation fees and other service charges, the total cost soars. He grumbled that at least pilgrims should be free from admission fees. Right. I agree that churches and cathedrals should be open for free, at least for pilgrims. Walking through the city center, I found dried red peppers sold in a supermarket. I'd make kimchi jjigae kimchi stew of my own recipe that evening. Because I didn't see typical Chinese cabbage, I chose a normal round cabbage. Nonetheless, I still wanted to have kimchi stew. I hurried back to the albergue to cook. I completed the stew by combining the pepper, chopped pork belly, salt and gochujang. I cut cucumbers in the shape of a stick so that I could eat them dipped in gochujang. Bravo! All delicious. Filippo, an Italian friend, was wandering around in the kitchen. I was sure he'd be hungry. Camino mind. I called him and shared the food with him. He said it's tasty. He's happy with the spicy taste. And Valentina suddenly appeared. Oh, I had not seen her for a few days. Her face looked sad. She came to my side and ate the remaining cucumber in gochujang. I think she's relieved by eating the spicy food. Gochujang rocks. Oh, gochujang can be used to marinate pork bellies, can be poured on kimchi stew, and can be used for multiple purposes of cooking. The usage is pretty wide range. Next time, I will purchase enough gochujang in advance. I went to bed to pick up something after dinner. In the hallway, I met Stella. She said she lost her iPad in the albergue. Oh, my. Her iPhone was pickpocketed in Paris, France some days ago, and then she lost her iPad. Misfortunes never come singly. The Camino must have been a rough journey for her in many ways. There was nothing that I could do. I just said sorry to her repeatedly. Don't cry, Stella. Day 10. Holy water, to BELORADO. I got up at 4:30 a.m. I ate the remaining kimchi stew from the previous day and left the albergue in the early morning. The moon smiled at me being company. It's dark. In the middle of walking, I ate a banana, chocolate, and bread. I can say it's a day of extravagance and luxury in terms of food. I felt easy that morning because I needed to walk only 22 kilometers. I had a cup of water at a water fountain in Granon region, and enjoyed the landscape of the wheat field in front of me. Wow, it's great. I walked again vigorously. Then Paolo called me from a distance. Colin. He shook his arms in the air with my hat. Aha. After I drank water, I left my hat there. I turned back to the water fountain where Paolo and Roberta were having breakfast. Roberta shouted at me just to keep going and not to come back. They said they would deliver the hat and give it to me soon. Although it was a small item, I felt sorry for leaving a burden to somebody else. And I wasn't sure if we could meet again soon or not, because it's the nature of the Camino that the destination could change in any circumstance. A little later, I passed a spot where La Rioja ends and Castilla y Leon starts. There's a big sign of the border. After crossing Castilla y Leon, there'd be Galicia where the Camino trip would end. It's coming soon. That's not bad. Anyway, my instinct called the selfie stick and I took a nice picture there. I walked through the yellow wheat fields and the sunflower fields several times. Unexpectedly, I arrived quite early in the next city. Since I hadn't bought any books for the trip to Camino, I didn't have enough information about the accommodations. I usually stayed at municipal albergue or just followed any friend to get a bed. Strangely, the municipal albergue of the city was closed. Oh no. I moved a little further. I saw people queuing. It's an albergue run by St. Maria's Cathedral. It had only 20 beds. Fortunately, I was safe for one bed. I took a shower, washed, and ate sausage for lunch with Japanese ramen. While cooking, I could see other European friends in the restaurant interested in my gochujang. It might be because gochujang was so red. They looked at it with curious eyes and asked me what it was. I needed to turn on the electric range. Then a priest helped me turn it on. He asked about my name. I answered, Nicholas. I felt more comfortable to use my baptized name, Nicholas, in front of the priest than the name Colin. He's called Emmanuel. He explained in Spanish about street Nicholas, but I couldn't understand it. Sorry. I just nodded my head. His eyes looked good-hearted. Barcelona amigo poured beer into my glass, calling Korea amigo. He looked happy to drink beer with a small Asian person. I hadn't said no to any beer proposal. Salute, chin. Chin. Alcohol was a good painkiller almost for every day. After Stella had lost her iPad the previous day, I was saddened by her loss and had been suspicious of other people. Besides, I couldn't find my socks the previous evening. I obviously washed them. Did anybody take them? How could somebody steal used socks? It's a depressing night. However, before I left the albergue that morning, I found the socks. Oh my. I had put them on the side net of my backpack. I didn't wash them. I simply put them on there and I forgot. Though I blamed somebody and I doubted other people. I was stupid. I felt embarrassed. Well, I needed more endurance and patience. How poor I was. I went to Mass in the evening. After 20 to 30 minutes of a formal Mass, the priest gathered pilgrims. We read several prayers alternately in 5 or 6 languages. The priest blessed us with holy water. He shared his heartfelt prayer that the pilgrims would finish the Camino journey safely. Wow, I spent an additional hour in the cathedral for the extra ritual. It's the longest Mass. Well, as you travel the Camino trip, you get more familiar with churches. I also felt closer. It's a nice feeling. Spanish friends made tortillas for dinner. The meal was ready late around at 9 p.m. and so I was somehow impatient because of hunger. But I forgave them right away because the food was tasty. The wine was good, and the conversation better. After the meal, the priest suggested us going up to the mountain hill located at the back of the church. Okay. We got ready quickly and we started climbing. There were some people who were already injured. I knew it was painful even to move the body. However, nobody complained. While climbing the hill, we jokingly said, Buen Camino, and Buen Camino equals good journey, or good trip, like we had done usually. And we laughed cheerfully. That day was the 10th day of the journey. What is the status of injuries? There's nothing big. 1 small blisters on the left big toe, I could ignore. 2 cracks due to dead skin cells on the left foot, slight bleeding. 3 left ankle swollen. My hiking shoes seemed to be too tight. For a few days, I would just loosen them. 4 the right knee was still creaky. It was the most worrisome part. If you walk long, the pain generally rises from the bottom to the top. That is the order of toes, soles, ankles, knees, hips, waist and back. The pain had not risen from the feet yet. At that time, luckily, I had no injury. Thank God. It's good to be safe and healthy. My mind was becoming increasingly numb as my body was going through pain. Because of the simple daily routine of eating, walking, sleeping, being exhausted and thirsty, I could empty my brain by concentrating on the simple desires for basic instincts. I wish I'd emptied quicker in a hurry, but it wouldn't be that easy. Simplifying made me feel good. I slowly understood more about simple is best. I had no idea why I had lived so complicatedly. Don't kill yourself with stress. Everybody is worthy of a good life. You deserve it. Day 11. My legs are short to ages. I got up at 4:31 a.m. 31 minutes. Why 31 minutes? There had been friends who set the wake-up alarm at 4:30, so if the alarm of 4:30 woke me up, I'd turn off my alarm. If no one set the alarm at 4:30, I'd wake up at 4:31 on my alarm. I had breakfast of a simple burger, I stretched out and then I left the albergue as normal. I encountered my Barcelona amigo at the gate and he said, "Buen camino." After a while, I came back to get the hiking stick I forgot, and I left again. He said, "Buen camino." Again. Ha ha. It's good to hear more buen camino in the morning before leaving. I turned on the flash under the moonlight. In a village, it's easy to find the Camino path. I'd see mountain roads. The mountain wind blew too much and made me feel cold. For several days, I had not experienced cold wind. I ascended to the mountain area. Right after the middle point of that day, the full mountainous terrain just appeared. I walked in the woods walking on the stone road. But the cold wind blew too much. I massaged my feet at a rest point. Paolo passed by and warned me to watch out for the cold mountain winds. Right. My body was completely sweaty. So the cold mountain wind could be harmful. I didn't want to catch a cold. I experienced the toughness of travel when I was in China, having the flu the whole time. I shouldn't repeat it. I took out the windproof jacket straight away. Better to be safe than sorry. It was a mountain path with dirty roads, gravel roads, muddy roads, and roller coaster roads. I knew what I should do in front of a serious slope. I stretched my legs for a while. I warmed up my body again. I saw 2 Korean women and 1 Italian man resting next to the starting point of the roller coaster road. I remembered those 2 Korean girls with light skin. They talked cheerfully and laughed aloud. One was called GE, and the other one was called SH. I'd met Koreans more than I expected. It's interesting. As I passed that roller coaster road, a fairly wide road emerged. As the asphalt road went alongside the dirt road seemed to be a road for cars in the past. Phew. I better take a rest and eat an apple. The roller coaster road helped the apple taste sweeter. The original plan of that day was to arrive in San Juan de Ortega, which was a small town. Seriously, there's only a church surrounded by no building. While I was thinking whether stay there that night or not, Benedicto passed by saying, "Are you all right?" He said he'd go to the next city, Ages. His original destination of that day was also there. But he heard that there's a good reputation in albergue in Ages. Okay, it's just 3.6 kilometers further. I had a weak mind to easily change. And I still had the energy to walk more. It was already 1 p.m. The air temperature increased rapidly after 12 o'clock. I felt hotter with no wind. I asked Benedicto if he wanted to listen to music. He also liked music a lot. I stopped for a moment, pulling the portable speaker out of the bag, and preparing to turn on the music. I told him to check what music I'd play. It's Paradise by Coldplay. Benedicto said, "You're kidding me. Coldplay is my favorite group." He jumped for joy. Ha ha, that's a coincidence. We walked almost for an hour listening to rock music. He recommended Wonderwall. Because the number of walkers decreased drastically in that time, only a few walkers would be disturbed by our music. We turned up the volume to maximum and walked happily. Our footsteps accelerated to the tempo. Music is my life. Good music kills the pain. We can fly high. Since I was immune to pain, surprisingly, we arrived in Ages without any break in the middle. The private albergue where we stayed was quite nice with its newly equipped facilities. I just couldn't cook because the albergue had no kitchen. Private albergue is a business model that receives customers for the dormitory beds and makes profits by selling food, drinks, and liquor. I understand why there's no kitchen. I made a sandwich with salami and tomato for a regular lunch. I just ate something happily and took a siesta nap. I had a luxurious dinner which cost €11. It's a pilgrim menu which had fried rice, pork tenderloin, fried potatoes, cheesecake, and wine. While eating, I felt on top of the world with full satisfaction. Because the lunch was poor and the stomach cried for hunger, that 5-star dinner had a super positive effect of relieving the stress. Good. Good. That day, I certainly exposed myself to the mountain wind. I wore short sleeves in cold winds. I took flu medicine just in case. It'd be better to take one pill and recover my condition than to be sick and suffer from flu. There's an unfairness that I had felt from the start of the trip. Long legs are definitely an advantage. The number of steps is significantly different. I walk thousands of steps more compared to a tall person. I walk like a blue jay. On the contrary, tall people walk like swans. I have to admit, difference is difference. The 11th day would be over soon. That's 1/3 of the itinerary over. Thinking of the past, I thought positive I'd finish it all. However, I'd better walk slowly. I had walked too fast like a warrior. What if I arrive late? Who would care? I just couldn't get rid of my impatient personality. That parley, quick habit was still with me. The more important thing was that I had to empty more. I needed to empty my brain. Having complicated brain wasn't very helpful. The best solution might be to drink more to forget things. I'll try from the next day on. Day 12. Tapas with beauties to Burgos. I got up at 4:31 a.m. It's strange that I was the only one awake. Until I came out, there was nobody moving around. In front of the albergue, I could hear the sound of music and the voice of people. It's from a club. Wow, I envy them. Aha, it was Friday night. I lost sense of the date. Drinking and dancing is always good. The distance of that day was just 24.9 kilometers, relatively short. My right knee didn't move well. My right knee was squeaking. Could I walk all day? I turned left after a Tapuka village and I could see a stony hill with pebbles, stones, and rocks. I didn't expect hills that day. I wanted to go easy on my knees. How poor my knees were. I stepped on stones and avoided rocks, being careful not to slip over. I didn't want to be Alan. Her swollen ankle played in my mind. Careful, careful. When I arrived safely at the top of the hill, the scenery appearing was truly sacred and noble. There was a cross that was twice height of a human and cobblestones surrounded it. There was something wrapped around the cross. Things like somebody's belongings lay around. It was a holy view before sunrise. I appreciated the view in silence for a while, then moved my steps slowly to Burgos. After a short while on a flat road, it continued with downhill roads. The burden on my knees going downhill was much bigger than uphill because the body weight and the weight of the bag are fully transferred to the knee as you go down the hills. My knees felt painful. I walked a bit, then I rested my knee, and I walked a bit, and then rested my knee. I slowly moved down. There's no reason to urgently move. After the downhill, there was only the flat road. The hot temperature stuffed my lung on the asphalt road. Beside an airport patrolman waved his hand at me. I waved my hand back. A simple greeting of unexpected people or a voice to cheer pilgrims is like a breath of fresh air or cold water in a desert for our pilgrims. I feel refreshed. Please welcome us a lot. Municipal albergue was huge. The size was gigantic and the facilities were pretty good. However, sadly, there's only one microwave in the kitchen. There's no electric range, no coffee pot, but only one microwave. That's unbelievable. Did that mean we shouldn't cook? Then why was the kitchen so big? There were not many people in the kitchen because people couldn't boil or fry. It was disappointing. I skipped lunch. On my way to Burgos Cathedral to have a simple dinner of apples, GE and SH called me from behind. Excuse me. Did you eat dinner? Do you want to go to have some tapas? Well, what is tapas? They told me they'd already found a good tapas restaurant. We followed a map. I got interested in what tapas could be. Oh, you know that tapas are the side dish of seafood, meat, and vegetables on bread slices for beer or wine. It's not bad. Soon I felt happy after eating 3 pieces of tapas, and drinking 2 pints of beer. That beer was tasty. GE was an artist, and SH was a student majoring in chemistry. Everybody has a story. Everybody has a reason to come here. And everybody has a plan after the Camino. They told me they couldn't buy daily necessities for the travel. I informed them there's a supermarket that I'd visited earlier. They disappeared at the speed of a 100 meters racer because it was almost closing time of the store. They ran at the speed of light. I came back to the albergue and wrote something on paper in the kitchen. Stella, Valentina and 1 new male joined. And after a while 2 Korean males joined. That's the largest group of Koreans on the whole trip. They bought a pack of chicken wings from KFC. How glorious that I could taste KFC chicken wings there. Stella said it's too salty. Seriously, really? Not salty at all. Everybody had a beer with the fried chicken. There in Burgos, we started our own ritual party with chickens and beer. Party. Stella, Valentina, and a new man would travel to Madrid the next day for 2 days. They'd like to rest and take a break as well in the middle of Camino. I found out that the city nearest to Madrid on the pilgrimage route was Burgos. Taking a break during the Camino is fine until you have a will to finish someday. Since I had to wake up at 4:31 a.m. the next day, I went back to bed around 10:20 p.m. Until what time would these guys party? I did not ask them, but I think they probably did it until late into the night. I planned for 21 kilometers to the town of Hornillos del Camino for the next day. Roberta and Paolo insisted me going to Huntanas together. Oh my. It's 31.5 kilometers. And the next day they would walk 28.4 kilometers. Oh my again. It's a 3-day trip from Burgos to Fromester, and those friends would do it within 2 days. Their plan was different from mine. I told them I'd decide tomorrow. Let's say I would just aim for 21 kilometers to Hornillos del Camino for then. People had different books with different nationalities. The total period of the Camino trip from Saint Jean to Compostela ranged from 27 to 33 days. 33 days was general, but it seemed there were some travel books of a 30-day itinerary. The website I'd checked was of 33 days. The 775 kilometers dive by 33 days is 23.48 kilometers per day. 775 kilometers divided by 30 days is 25.8 kilometers per day. And 775 kilometers divided by 31 is exactly 25 kilometers. As a matter of fact, it's fine for me to return to Slovakia before the end of August. And I didn't even have anything super urgently to do after the Camino trip. Okay, I would stick to the original plan. First things first. Let's sleep. As I traveled on the Camino, I personally felt that Spain was a great empire in the past. No matter how rural the villages were, there were spectacular and magnificent cathedral buildings. And the ridiculously large sizes of cathedrals located in the center of big cities. You can estimate how powerful the country was and how strongly Christianity had influenced the whole nation. The tremendous power of Christianity would surely provoke the Crusades, and the enormous national power along with its religious power would motivate the pioneer to go to the new place. There in Burgos, the cathedral was extremely huge. How did they build it? The patterns engraved on the stone were human-made. How could I interpret the meticulousness and sincerity of the sculpture? It was awesome. The school badge and study group badge, which were always worn on my hat, were rusted and had to be thrown away. Instead, I replaced them with a little Camino shell badge and cross badge bought in a shop that afternoon. I brought the hat with a log of an organization used in 2009. The reason I came with the hat was that I didn't get a proper hat because I was too hasty to prepare for the Camino trip. I was clumsy. A large visor hat covering the head protecting from the sunlight would be the best. Anyhow, I replaced the badges, it looked good. And I also felt the weight of the hat was reduced. A few grams difference was quite big during the Camino trip. Day 13. Wanted to escape from bed bugs to HONTANAS. I woke up at 4:31 in the morning. I came out quietly into the hallway with the sleeping bag and some clothes. I made small moves such as sorting, packing, binding, and clicking. Then I washed my face, I carried my baggage and catwalked to the restaurant on the first floor. It's still dark. According to my original plan, I would first start walking, skipping breakfast, and stop somewhere when I'd get hungry. That's why I packed a hamburger with cheese and salami on the previous day. But the front door was locked. People began to gather together in the restaurant on the first floor. It's said that the door would open at 6 o'clock. Hooray! I wished I'd have slept more. For other albergues, it's normal just to unlock the door by unhooking the latch of the door or pushing the door from inside. But in that albergue, the main gate was locked by a metal lock, so nobody could go out. It was a different experience. Never mind. Instead, I had sufficient time to eat a hamburger and drink yogurt. Spanish friends mostly have breakfast with bread, simple juices or coffee, and have lunch with a very hard baguette called bocadillo, with ham or cheese in it. In particular, the baguette is so hard that your gums can bleed and your teeth can lose the will to chew. I mostly bought soft burgers. However, it wasn't easy to buy soft burgers compared to baguette. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Their baguette and bocadillo are the truths all the way. The gatekeeper woke up. The main gate was opened at 6 o'clock. People started rushing. I went out slowly after I saw all people going out. Benedicto walking ahead called me in a loud voice. "Come on, Colin. Hurry up." Roberta and Paolo were leading the way in front of us. They knew the shortcut to leave Burgos quickly. Thank you, Benedicto. I'd welcome any kind of suggestion to shorten the route. Burgos was surprisingly large, it still took an hour to be out of the city. The pace of those three people was much faster than mine. I couldn't catch them with my short legs. I put too much stress on my knees. The walking pattern of those three people was that they walked for 2 hours and 3 hours without any break and then took a seat at a bar for a half hour to an hour, having a snack, a meal, and then they restarted walking for another 2 or 3 hours non-stop. What's mysterious was that they usually arrived at the destination almost at the same time, although I departed earlier than them in the morning. That similar walking time caused us to meet again and again for the most times until the day we arrived in Santiago. There will be stories about several times of surprise meetings with them soon. Anyway, it's not bad. Besides, it's the third time for Paolo to do the Camino trip. He's over 60. He always smiled and cared for other friends. We called him Godfather. Burgos Cathedral scene in the early morning was still beautiful. At the end of Burgos, we split and I Saturday down to have a foot massage. My feet were on fire. The cool morning wind cooled my feet. Phew. I was very glad to take a rest. Oh, they're so fast. 21 kilometers was a short distance even in that hot weather. At about 11:15 a.m., I arrived at the originally planned destination, Hornillos del Camino. Municipal albergue would open at 12 o'clock. Only 3 people waited in front of me. I untied my shoes, drank water, and had a tan under the sunlight. When I checked my schedule for the next day, Alan and Dora showed up. Hola. Hola. They asked me if I was done for the day. Yes, I was done for that day. See you next time, Alan and Dora. Benedicto, Roberta, and Paolo showed up around at 11:30 a.m. They found me and shouted at me. Let's go to the next town, Huntanas. Come on, Colin. Let's move. Come on, Colin. I said I was fine there. They insisted on me going further. Colin. Colin. I told them I liked that city a lot. I knew that they wouldn't listen to me. Colin. Colin. I was pulled and dragged. I had to walk 10.5 kilometers more. Okay. Passing 12 o'clock, the number of pilgrims walking on the road was significantly less because they might have lunch in a restaurant, finish the walk of the day, or take a nap somewhere. Between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, the sunlight in the north of Spain in summer gave us infinite and intense love. We'd been used to the hot weather from the beginning, so we simply ignored the hot temperature and kept moving on. Oh dear, there's no shade. There's no shade at all. The clouds in the morning might be too afraid of the sunlight, and only some were left. You're traitors. Approaching Huntanas, even the remained clouds disappeared and there's no cloud at all. Oh, no. There's no one walking. We're half dead. There'd be a crisis if we stop walking. Roberta asked me turn on the music. I took out the portable speaker and attached it to the right bag strap. Our feet started moving forward with a quick tempo of 7,080 pop songs. It's already over 20 kilometers, going towards 31.5 kilometers. Our legs were losing strength gradually. Not good, not good. The temperature was around 40 degrees Celsius, 104 Fahrenheit. I'd not eaten since the simple breakfast, my stomach was empty. In that weather, it's natural to go crazy. It's abnormal if you don't go crazy. We went crazy listening to music, screaming, dancing, taking pictures and recording videos. I loosened the string holding my normal mind and finally let it go. Yay. Get crazy. It's a super penance way. On the way down the hill, where the entrance of Huntanas was visible, our knees were shaking and we walked with a limp. Good job, Tilda, well done. According to what Paolo researched before, the albergue we arrived at was a 5-star. It's true. The albergue had good facilities, services, and even friendly smiles. Benedicto and I played rock, paper, scissors. I lost. I'd get the upper bed. Pilgrims and tourists on that road, of course, preferred lower beds. The legs were already loose and had difficulty to climb up the ladder to the upper bed. And it's easy to pack or unpack your luggage on the lower bed. However, my preference changed in the second half of the Camino. The reason was bed bugs. I had never seen bed bugs, but I was bitten a lot. Feet, knees, shin, arms, even the left fourth finger, left ear, and back were bitten. It's strange that I was bitten one day, then I had not been bitten for a few days, and I was bitten again. If I kept being bitten, I'd seriously think I might carry around bed bugs, but that's not it. It's very itchy. Besides, when I walked in sweat in that hot weather, the skin wasn't itchy even then. Skin bitten by bed bugs reached a torture level. I couldn't avoid scratching. Itchy spots were swollen. It's best not to scratch, but I couldn't control it. Fingers didn't listen to my orders. Especially during bedtime, I scratched the skin harder unconsciously. I scratched too much and the swollen parts spread all over my body, so I went to a pharmacy and bought an ointment of €14. Surprisingly, since that day, those bedbugs hadn't bitten me. After a long consideration, I found a solution. Why not take the upper bed? So even if it has bedbugs, it'll be difficult for it also to climb up the pole of a bed. I heard that a bedbug could move a few hundred meters a night, but the odds were. Luckily, that solution worked. After the town of Ocebrero, I started taking the upper beds only. I was happy to be free from bed bugs. Paolo prepared pasta for dinner. We cooked together and ate together. European people have a similar taste in food. I used to cook with 2 or 3 Korean friends, but those days I had more Italian friends around me. Was it fate? 8 people ate together drinking 3 bottles of wine. At first, people didn't drink the wine much. I turned on my portable speaker for karaoke evening, as suggested by a friend, then all the wine disappeared. Ha ha. Singing and dancing should be accompanied by alcohol. We sang a few songs together happily. And at the end, we sang the song Imagine in harmony. Music was lovely. The wine was lovely. It's lovely to have friends. And it's so good to be there. It's been quite a while since I've remembered falling in love with that Camino trip. It's God's luck to come. The many glasses of wine gave me ultra-positive energy. We made another unforgettable memory that night by singing together. Day 14. 2 girls with long legs, to be Oadilla del Camino. I woke up at 4:31 in the morning. I quietly descended from the upper bed. I carried goods and bags pre-stacked last night. The morning air was cold. I think the town was located in high altitude. I went to the garden to find the laundry, grabbed food left in the refrigerator, and instantly cooked the fried rice in the microwave. The rice entering my stomach was good. Benedicto, who was sleeping in the bed below, said he had overslept. He explained to me about that morning's situation when I met him in the evening. He was supposed to wake up at the same time when I came down from the upper bed. Indeed, he woke up a little in the morning, but he had slept back because there was no sound coming from the upper bed. After a while, he looked at the clock and he recognized it was 6:30 a.m., later than expected. He took a look at the upper bed and found out I disappeared without any trace. I guess his comment is a compliment, isn't it? I believe that I became an expert on catwalking early in the morning, and the luggage came quietly with me. I just laughed at his comment. That day the moon was covered. I hardly saw it. Phone flash had insufficient amount of light. I took out the portable flashlight that I packed up before the trip. 2 were better than 1. Passing through Convento de San Anton, 2 European women walked briskly. They were of similar height, carried the same suitcase, and walked at great speed. They were the friends who greeted me with warm smiles several times before. They had Dutch nationality. They were Iris and Fleur, who were good ones even among the most dignified friends of the 30 days. Some people, including men, tried to walk with them at the same pace, but most of them abandoned because of such a fast walking speed. I called them iron women. Really, they were. When they passed by me, I told them I envied the two friends' long legs. And they crossed their legs in front of me and disappeared quickly. Interesting friends they were. I met an Italian man who took a picture a couple of minutes later and simply wanted to say good morning to him. I said, "It is always." He quickly replied, "I do not speak English," with a scary face. I usually had a few words of conversation with pilgrims in the morning, but I didn't expect such an annoyed face. I met him again in front of Alberto the next day. He was somewhere in the middle of the queue. Right after the door of Alberto was opened, he squeezed, ran to the door and registered as the first. I thought he was rude before, and my guess was right. It is difficult for every pilgrim to walk for 6 to 9 hours a day. Hence, most pilgrims get tired after the day of walking, but we need a lot of patience to line up and register beds. But he was not that kind of gentleman. He was selfish. And I was wondering why he behaved like a pilgrim. I am a timid B type. I remember all these things and write them down in the diary. There was just a flat road to Castrajeras, and I walked comfortably with the morning air and the sunrise. Looking ahead past Castro Harris, I could see a big mountain. Should I climb up over that mountain? I tried to gaze the front view quietly. Hooray! I saw pilgrims. Yep, I had to cross the mountain. Surprisingly, it had quite a slope. The sign says 12%. Is it 12 degrees? Or gradient? I think it's more inclined than the number signify. Bicycle pilgrims were just dragging the bikes up. Others were moving very slowly. I paused at the starting point of the slope. I relaxed my ankles and my knees. I stretched my legs front and back and side by side. I stretched my waist in a circle. I released my shoulders up and down. I gave my head a few turns in a circle. Okay. Let's do it. Let's hike uphill. It's pretty steep. It would take a little longer to reach the top. I believe men would have difficulty climbing up, having several breaks, and there is no doubt women would be in more trouble. The scenery behind was very artistic. But being artistic was not a concern to us. Reality of harsh climbing had the top priority. I didn't care about the scenery behind and just walked up, heading to the front. No, I would better say I crawled up. From the toes to the top of my head, my body was filled with sweat. I was in a shower of sweat. Because of the hardship, I felt I was climbing K2 mountain. As I arrived at the top, I could see a monument and a street vendor. I saw Filippo, an Italian friend I met in Pamplona, climbing up. A Korean woman was climbing up. Oh, she's the one I met on the way to Estella, called Heyoung. We met briefly and parted. We met and parted again. Pilgrims were becoming familiar with meeting and parting naturally. That was especially true for our French Way pilgrimage route, which lasted more than a month. Luckily, both of those friends also were reunited at the same albergue that evening. A cool breeze blew. The sweat was carried in the wind. It was a flat road at the top of the hill. After a while, I could see a sign of 19%. Oh, no. It was downhill, which I was not a fan of. Is the 19% sign correct? I should study about slope numbers. It looked more steep. I usually walked in a zigzag on the downhill road. It protected the knee. If you walk in a zigzag rather than using your knee back and forth, your knees will be less burdened by distributing gravity to the left and right knee. Even if I zigzagged, my legs were exhausted on the slope road. Walking downhill was painful. I reached the bottom of the hill and stretched my knees gently, but my stiff legs were already half dead. Phew, let's take a sigh of relief. I usually didn't look back unless I had a chance to see the sunrise or beautiful scenery while walking in Camino, or if I wanted to check for people behind before using the bathroom. When I became aware of nearby people, I felt chased or competitive. Sometimes I couldn't stop in time and I'd miss my rest time. Naturally, my body would suffer from pain. Feeling chased might be because of our growth background, which we have been intensely trained in infinite competition. I have been educated to be very conscious of people around me. It's been shown to be right. I had chances to share this experience with Korean friends a few times. Nobody denied the competition and comparison culture in Korea. Well, I wish I could change something. Anyway, during the Camino, when footsteps or a conversation came near, I just stood up and said hello, giving ways to them. It took me some time to do that. Sometimes I do not have to be conscious of others, I can live without comparing. Sometimes I can accept that someone is ahead of me, and I do not need to be jealous of someone better than me. It is better to keep the tempo of my life. I live my life in balance. It seems I became a philosopher in the Camino. Yep, I was a stinky and sweaty philosopher in my own world. The sunflower fields were spreading green. Green would be full in August. I arrived at Bocadilla hostel and got a bed. I showered, washed my clothes, and went to pay for my bed. And suddenly, the Italian family appeared. Oh. Hai Yong-jeng did. Kyung-yoon, Seo-hyun did too. Alan and Dora also arrived. Wow, we're all here. Didn't they book beds in Fromester? Or probably the group decided to move all together. I could see all the faces I knew. Of course, we played double and Uno. The excitement of card games was international. We played the games with much joy. I guess the depreciation of the cards might be already over. Through playing card games, we could build friendships and had more opportunities to meet more friends and motivated them to get closer together. It was a good idea to bring card games. I liked it. I had a community dinner with a pilgrim menu. The good thing about living in Europe is that Europeans eat a lot. I order one meal and the portion is 2 meals for me. The soup was already a meal size, and the chicken main dish was 1.5 meal size. I tried to squeeze foods into my stomach, but there was still food left. Later, I had a talk with a British friend, Jenny, about the size of food in Europe. The size of the food is one that humans cannot eat. European friends eat salad as an appetizer and eat a main dish on a big plate, and even a dessert. The more interesting thing is people who eat all of these are slim. I passed one chicken wing to Leonardo. My capacity to digest was done. Instead, I drank a glass of wine. The capacity for alcohol is different and separate. After dinner, I finished the day by watching the birds nest in front of the church. There seemed to be more than 5 bird nests. Dora walked up to the church wanting to see the nests close. I couldn't help falling asleep after drinking good wine. Day 15. Please stop complaining. To Carrion de los Condes. Although my alarm was set to 4:31 a.m., I woke up even before that because two young French girls were roaming around with lanterns in their hands. They both were about my height and walked at the same pace. I met them in Bellarado. One girl takes vacation every year for the walk, and the other will be traveling with her until Santiago. I got lost as expected as we left Albergue in the dark of dawn. I turned on the offline map app. There were two other people who were as lost as we were. Susanna is from the USA, and Catherine from France. I showed them the directions. I had met Catherine somewhere before with He Jung. She was definitely a strong woman. With the strong wind blowing, the streets still dark, and having lost our way, we naturally walked together until Fromester. It was a chilly morning and I could hear water flowing on the side of the road. It sounds like quite a large body of water. A canal is going to accompany us alongside our way to Fromester. Surprisingly, we have been walking together for over an hour, and I can't seem to remember our conversation. I thought about it deeply. Why is that? It was too early in the morning. I was half asleep when we were talking, so I couldn't concentrate. I am sorry, Catherine, I will concentrate more next time. Once I arrived in Fromester, we met the two girls who woke me up with their lanterns in the morning. We all headed up to the restaurant. Come to think of it, the last time I had breakfast was on my 4th day at Pamplona. It was my first time to having a chocolate pastry with hot coffee for breakfast. It was fancy. I should enjoy it. And thanks to my fancy breakfast, I didn't need to have any other snacks before lunch. Was it because of chocolate pastry? Or was it the hot coffee that I hadn't had in a while? The sun was rising from far away east. We will be walking all day on a flatland. We will just have to follow walking the flat path of dirt and pebbles alongside the road. Today's target was to walk 24.5 kilometers, and despite the hot weather, we arrived at 11:30 a.m. earlier than expected, at the albergue. I picked this albergue on an app called Camino, and I chose whatever my heart was leading me to. This place was managed by St. Maria's Catholic Church. I bumped into that guy who cut in line again here. He approached me and told me I don't speak English. I get that he doesn't speak English, but what does it have to do with cutting in line? All those who were in line were too nice. I was looking at him speechless, but the others were not complaining. Am I the abnormal one? Or do I just not have enough experience? As I was registering, an Italian family swarmed up. A bunch of Korean women also came. Alan, Dora, South American pilgrims, they must have all decided to gather up here. Haha, these friends usually speed up, and by the looks of it, coming inside as soon as albergue opens up, this place is either quite popular or has really good reviews. While I was walking today, something at work made me frustrated. Then this Italian line-cutting guy stresses me out, and now I was being put to another test. It was about food. The bottom line is, since I am a Korean, leave me be to eat Korean food. The story goes like this. I don't cook much Korean food, but whenever I try to cook, even though I am not so good at it, Benedicto would walk by and criticize my Korean food. He still takes whatever I give, but still continues to criticize. Roberta would nag every time I cook Korean food, asking me why I eat spicy food. It's not good for my health. It didn't happen just once or twice. It irritates me when people comment about what I eat. I have been eating only bread and some European food for days, so I wanted to some meat with Korean spicy sauce without any interruption. Suddenly, Roberta would repeatedly say, no, why, walking back and forth. It's really frustrating. I then explained to her calmly, doesn't it feel good to have Italian food after eating only Asian food every day? I asked her to understand me. Still she would say, no. Why? It's really irritating. It's my own country's food and I am the one eating it, so what's the fuss? Plus, I am sharing with the South American friends, Leonardo, Benedicto, and also the 2 Korean friends who are eating it with me. Where's the problem in that? They all are enjoying it. It's a good thing I didn't have indigestion while eating. Out of frustration, I finished 1 whole bottle of wine by myself before going to bed. Of course, I couldn't fall asleep easily. It kept on repeating until I had to explode a week later in Astorga. That day, I was eating ham and sausage fried rice with cucumber slice, mixed with Korean chili paste. Roberta and Paolo came next to me and kept on saying, no. And why? So I asked a young Italian friend to interpret for me. I respect Italy and Italian food, why do you always complain about my Korean food? They eat their own food and I am eating my own, what's the matter in that? It's not like I don't eat the food. I regularly sit with them to eat and respect the food, but why is that every time I eat Korean food, they can't help but complain? I had to say something about it. Then please stop complaining. Please stop. Whenever they say that Italian food is the best, and ask to play Italian music, I've never complained, not once. Not even when they were talking amongst themselves in Italian for 10 minutes, and not even when they didn't say a word to me for 30 minutes. I have repeatedly explained to them, as calmly as I can, in the most basic way I can, but despite my efforts, they still judge me about me eating Korean food. So it's obvious that I could no longer stay calm. That afternoon, I had the chance to talk with that Italian friend for a while. Every person has different character and it may not be true for all, but at that age it's not easy to change one's opinion and taste. So I should just let him be. Maybe that's why she kept on pushing me to eat Italian food. Nevertheless, I didn't hear any complaints, no, nor why, from her after that day when I was eating. And after a while I had a chance to discuss this topic with a Korean friend and I was able to find comfort from it. Because I was able to express my discontent strongly, those Italian friends will not repeat their actions to any other Korean or Asian they meet in their way. That's right. Food from other cultures is different, not wrong. I didn't regret being aggressive when I talked to them. This was a mentally exhausting day for me. Day 16. My beer belly is gone. Teradillos de los templarios. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. I started the today's walk by taking a picture of a sign that shows 405 kilometers left until Santiago. I wasn't able to sleep well last night. I thought I would doze off easily since I finished off 1 whole bottle of wine, but I couldn't sleep. It's difficult to get a good night's sleep if you have a lot on your mind. I recall my friend telling me that once I pass by Burgos, I will be lost in my thoughts, walking along a dull and sunny flatland like a pilgrim. Today was the same. It's all flat. There was little shade. Maybe because of the stress I had yesterday, I started to speed up. I exerted force on my knees and walked at a marching pace. I walked ahead of others as much as I could today. I walked listening to rock music. It helps to walk when you are enraged. There seems to be no other way to relieve stress on this hiking trip. I need to relieve this stress to live. It will just eat me up if I don't release it. The world is full of good and bad people, so there's no reason for me to bring this wound with me to my grave. There isn't even enough time to meet good people. Since I sped up despite the scorching weather, I had arrived at the albergue just before noon when I was supposed to have arrived around 1 or 2. I got room number 1. Yesterday, Paolo booked us a quiet room for 4. The 4 of us, Paolo, Roberta, Benedicto and I, were ones who didn't snore. Benedicto arrived past 1 and complained that the bottom bed isn't his. I just ignored him. He should have come early to get what he wanted. He wanted to play rock paper scissors, but I said no. Maybe it was because she felt sorry about complaining too much about Korean food yesterday. Roberta said she ordered some kind of rice for an appetizer. What? She didn't even stop when I tried to explain so many times. I sprinkled cheese and some chili sauce on white rice and finished off my portion clean. The meat was good as well as the French fries. There were 4 of us at the table. I was the only one drinking, so I had the luxury of drinking half of the wine by myself. It was so good. When I checked the map, we're already halfway through the Camino de Santiago. In addition, yesterday was the 5th year anniversary of my stay in Europe. It was impressive that I passed halfway through this walk and was living in another country for 5 years safe and sound. 5 years is never short. It would be a lie to say nothing much had happened over the years. In just the past few days, I have lost weight. My beer belly is almost gone now. I have been growing it, so it's a shame. I have been lazy in the past 5 years, but I don't want to regret it at all. I had something to take away from it too: healthy body and mind, new friends and people whom I am thankful for. I have experienced various cultures and people, and learned about different walks of life. I am more patient and not as critical as before. Although I doubt that one's human nature will change. Day 17. Why so many Korean pilgrims? To Lburgoranero. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. I came out of my room quietly, packed my things, and left without having breakfast. The wind was blowing strong. It almost shook me. Was it because it's a flatland? The moon was gone. Where had it gone? I couldn't find it at all. Maybe it's behind the clouds. I needed to go through a thicket of grass to get past the town. I was struggling to go through the tall grass and I almost had a stroke when I saw a strange animal passing in front of me. Is it a rat? Or a rabbit? Since I was so stunned, I was jumping up and down as if not to touch the hot floor, something that comedians usually do. I wasn't embarrassed as there was no one around. As it was too early in the morning, There wasn't any restaurant open. I ate a piece of bread while sitting on one of the benches at the quad of the next town called Moritino. Then a shadow appears in front of me. Colin. The voice and the figure looked quite familiar. Catherine. Oh my God. She is the French woman who has walked with me to Fromester in the dawn 2 days ago. Not to mention, she told me she would walk further than my destination. I didn't expect to meet her here this early at this small town, and in front of this bench. She gives me the direction to Camino and then disappears. Surprisingly, the direction she gave me was the total opposite of the direction I was walking before I Saturday on the bench. If she didn't help me, I would have gone the other way. The sun was about to come out when I hear a whistling sound. I turned around to see Benedicto, Roberta and Paolo waiting. They said they easily could spot me from afar by the waterproof cover on my bag and by the way I wore my hat. Wow. We walked together. They asked why I put a waterproof cover on my bag. First, it's all about safety. It's a colored cover so people can spot me from afar, especially for drivers on the road. Second, it acts like a shade. It protects my stuff in the bag from the direct sunlight as it makes additional layer of protection. Third, it keeps my sleeping bag securely fastened so I can walk more steadily. And lastly, it works as a waterproof cover as soon as it rains. All things said and done, the first reason is the best of all. I asked these friends if they safely walked through the thicket. They said they walked along the asphalt road. Seemed likely that there weren't going to be any cars at that hour. Asphalt roads would be much safer than rough gravel roads. As we walked by Sahagan, trees were planted along the road. It was most helpful to walk under the shade during the hottest time of the day. Today's original destination was Barrichino's del Real Camino, about 23.2 kilometers away. I met the lantern friend again. One of her companions already left for France. This friend was also planning to stay at the same town as I. I went to the albergue I planned to stay in. It was closed. A few days ago they are closed for about a month. Oh my, they must be away on summer vacation. I went to the municipal but they are open at 1:30 p.m. It was just a little past 11. Should I wait? Or walk 7.4 kilometers more? If I walk more, I would have walked 30.6 kilometers today. It's also hot today. I was going to think about it over early lunch, so I ordered tortilla, baguette, and Coke for lunch in a restaurant located in front of the municipal albergue. The potato and eggs in the tortilla tasted really good. I didn't realize that Coke with ice would be this refreshing. To think of it, I don't think I drank Coke with ice before. It was a sudden realization of a new taste. I was looking at the map when a small piece of bread and cheese was placed on the table. It was on the house. Only for the pilgrims, it was too much calorie intake if I ate those, take some rest, and go into the albergue in front. Is it a sign for me to walk more? I could stop in that town. I walked for another 7.4 kilometers to a town called El Burgo Reinro. I arrived at 1:30 p.m. The municipal albergue is operated on donations. As I entered the albergue, 2 workers poured me a drink. It was refreshing. They started to say something in Spanish, but then when I couldn't understand, they handed me a piece of paper. It's a short introduction of the albergue, and some description of the shower, toilet, kitchen, and laundry in English. At the bottom it says that the workers cannot speak English, and the description was written by a voluntary worker, and apologizes for not knowing English. I looked at them after reading it all. They were just smiling. Ha ha. I laughed a little because of the interesting note. 6 Koreans were staying at the same albergue, 7 including me. I am still curious. Excluding Europe, does Korea have the highest population? Was there a movie or TV drama about Santiago that became popular in Korea? Was there a travel program that hit big? Santiago over flowers? Or was there a bestseller about Santiago? I am still really curious. At the end of my journey, I asked 3 of the Koreans and they said that it wasn't the movie, TV drama, nor a book. They said it was just natural thing, but I want to analyze more. I mean, it is not easy to fly 11,000 kilometers from Korea just to choose these difficult journey. It just simple curiosity, so let's move on. I went to a small store in front of the albergue. They were selling pork belly chops. Of course one thing comes to mind, let's stir fry them. I cooked it together with some sausages and wait for the rice to be cooked. When ready, I mix it together with chili paste sauce. It was such a small kitchen, so even if I started cooking before 6 p.m., the kitchen was already crowded. The 6 Koreans divided themselves into 2 to 3 teams and started cooking. I just minded my own business cooking when Kyung-yoon had her eyes on my chili paste sauce. Oh my, I didn't even taste the rice yet when she asked if she could have a bite of my fried rice. I just gave her a spoonful of it. I was at the end of the table eating my food when one Korean guy came over and asked if he could have some of the chili paste sauce. I let him. Then, a while later, a girl comes over and asks if she could have some too. She gets some. It's difficult to express this in writing, but the container is not so big. It was just enough for me to cook a few times in Camino. Then the same guy comes back again and asks if he can have some more. He says he will pay back double triple time next time. It's no joke, but after that, I was left with such a small amount, only enough to dip in a few cucumbers. 6 people took it, so it's no surprise how little I was left with. I don't know what to do in situations like this. If I gave away whenever asked, I won't have enough left for me. If I don't give, then I become greedy. In conclusion, I have done a good deed, but I can't help to think it's unfair. Since I no longer had enough sauce, I now had limited selection of food I can cook. I really wish someone can answer this question for me. A few days later, one of the Korean girls gave back the same amount of sauce she took, but I never saw the guys ever again. My chili paste sauce. Am I selfish? Or the guys are at fault from the start, coveting other people's property? I don't know. Anyhow, I only had one chance to cook Korean food after that incident. I am only halfway done. I am not a saint but only human. I was eating yogurt silently on the grass beside the albergue when a stray cat came near me. Meow, meow. The cat started rubbing her body against me and scratched me with her paws. Wow, is today the day when I have my things taken away from me? The cat finished off more than half of my yogurt. Do cats eat yogurt in the first place? Cat, show me your true self. As I was battling with the cat, a French man with a guitar started singing a familiar tune sitting on the bench in front of me. It was one of Kwang Seok Kim's songs. Then he started playing other Korean songs. What's his identity? He sang a few more songs with the Korean guys. From the windows above, the Korean girls were cheering at the French guy. This is something I have never witnessed in my entire life. He said he used to live in Korea. I asked him a question. No offense. Have you ever had a Korean girlfriend before? He refused to answer. Well, I just nod. I that expected answer. Before going to bed, the message the priest said after the Mass at the St. Mary's Church the day before yesterday kept popping up in my mind. It's basically something like this. Pilgrims who are walking the way of pilgrims, you all are enduring the hardships. I know that your body is already suffering. I admire you all for having to carry those heavy backpacks. The weight is one thing, but how much heavier your hearts would be. We have prepared some gifts for you all. They are not heavy at all. So that you won't be burdened, we made little stars out of papers and giving it out to you all. You can either put it inside your bags or on your clothes. Remember us, this place, and also this Camino de Santiago whenever you look at the stars. We pray that you all will finish the journey to Santiago safely. The pilgrims started to cry. My eyes didn't remain dry either. Everyone was hugging each other and comforting one another. There were those who cried their hearts out. Each has different reasons for taking this journey and do not know why each one of us is here, but we are all headed towards Santiago, in the same direction, to the same destination. Every day we drag our heavy legs and hold on to our heavy hearts. Day 18. The best side dish for alcohol, Mansilla. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. I ate the leftover sausage fried rice from yesterday. Somehow, there was more rice today than last night's dinner. I also had a mixed coffee before starting off. It was a warm morning. A friend told me yesterday that El Burgo is famous for its beautiful sunsets. She asked me to watch the sunset with her, but sun sets quite late during summer. Meaning, the sun will only set when I go to bed. So, I just decided to go to sleep. The town is surrounded by flatland. And all you could see in the sky was a tiny moon. Since the moon was going to disappear soon, the morning was quite dark. Maybe I have walked for about 1 or 2 hours when the world started to brighten up. It was almost time for sunrise. The sun looks more fascinating as it is seen on a flat land. I stopped walking, took out my phone and recorded a video. Most of the people started to take out either their phones or the cameras. It slowly rose up. At first it only showed the tip, and then it was already showing half of oneself. It started off slow, but it showed itself whole, quite quickly. Did it take about 2 minutes? Wow, it really roses up quite fast. Was it like this? I don't even recall the last time I saw either sunrise or sunset. It rose up faster than I expected. Good thing that I took many pictures. I have looked at it several times and I am going to continue to look at it over and over. I took many artistic pictures. The golden wheat fields under the sunset, the road, trees, grass, clouds. Today's record was 18.9 kilometers. On top of that, it was on a flatland. Although I walked at leisure, I arrived at 10:50 a.m. The sign at the albergue shows that they will open at 12:30 p.m. I came too early. I was eating my pak bocadillo baguette by the fountain when I noticed Seo Hyun walk by. I saw her several times in the morning. She told me she was also staying here, so I told her to wait for the albergue to open together. Maybe it was around 11:30 a.m. Benedicto, Roberta and Paolo arrive. They were also staying at the same place. They always greeted and welcomed me passionately, which I am thankful for. We chit-chat for a while and went to the albergue just in time to check in. The staff was quite energetic, and greeted me in Korean, "Annyeong." She used to work in Korea. Wow. And she used to work in car industry and knew how to fill tires with air. For lunch, I ate cup ramen with sausage. No matter where I am, hot soup is always welcomed. And the sausage tasted the same as Korea's Frankfurter sausage. It's very chewy. In Slovakia, the markets near my place only sold soft sausages. I never saw any chewy and firm sausages like Frankfurter or Vienna sausages. I can eat this cup ramen every day in Camino without any regrets. The Asian blood is running inside of me. Ramen can't taste any better than this. I bought sirloin at the nearby supermarket. It had a little fat and it was perfect for pork stir-fry. I should stir-fry it from scratch, but there were too many people in the kitchen, so to make it easier, I blanched it first and stir-fried it. The meat was cooking well in the water and I took it out, removed the bones, and cut it into small pieces. Then I put some sunflower seed oil into a pan, put the meat and some vegetables, and then stir-fry. And at last, I put the remaining chili paste that I have and mix it well. I was certain that I could get some in the big city Lyon, where I would be arriving tomorrow. I was able to get it in a small city called Logrono, so I wanted to believe that there would be a Chinese store somewhere, so I emptied the sauce. A simplified jjajangmyeon. Kyung Yoon and Seo Hyun, who wanted to eat with me, were nowhere to be found. They said they will prepare the rice. While I was preparing my pork dish, I couldn't set my eyes on them. Where would have they gone? I waited for them for about 10 to 15 minutes. I even cut the cucumbers that one of my Barcelona friends gave me into sticks, to eat it with the little chili paste left over. Then the two ladies appeared. They said they bought something from the supermarket, thus they were late. The rice here is different and most of the pots available here in albergue have no lids. If you don't want to have 3 different layers of rice, you have to keep stirring the rice with a spoon while it cooks so that the rice cooks evenly. For those who are planning to go on a trip similar to Camino, here is my tip to cook rice. When the water starts to boil and the rice starts to cook, stir it with a spoon every 2 to 3 minutes. The rice is now cooked. I poured the pork dish over the rice. It was a successful dish, better than the one sold in Korean fast food restaurants. The 3 of us will reminisce over this. We enjoyed our dinner, laughing and promising to cook the same dish when returned back home. We shared 1 bottle of wine and a can of beer. Good food, good company and a good journey were the best way to enjoy a drink. Day 19. I forgive you because I like the wind, to Lyon. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. Heading for the big city Lyon. Lyon is Spanish for lion. Let's go to the City of Lions. Since it was early in the morning, I didn't expect anyone to be awake, so I packed my things in the kitchen, but there were more people than I expected. I only needed to walk 18.5 kilometers to Lyon, and Municipal Alberg usually opened at around noon, so it was quite early to start the walk. I was planning to keep my pace and rest in between walks, so I left early. I was curious to why others were out this early, so I asked. Aha! Since Lyon is considered a big city, they were planning to arrive early and go shopping for daily necessities, eat and drink delicious food and shop for souvenirs. After Burgos, we have never stayed in a city-like town, so I understood. I also thought about doing the same by arriving a little earlier, but the idea faded away as I started walking. My knees were starting to hurt. I only walked 18.9 kilometers yesterday, so I thought that I had enough energy, but once I started walking, my knees started to ache. Maybe it's accumulated fatigue. I couldn't put much force in my knees until they gave me a sharp aching pain, even when I just touched. I had experienced it before, but it was not a good sign. If I couldn't utilize my knees, it was hard to swing my foot and ankle, so I had to use my hips and waist to move, which uses more energy. I was stopping way too often. The walking stick I bought on the first day of the walk, in Saint Jean, had slowly worn out, and it was shorter than it had been. I bought it especially because of my right knee. I could lean on it when I was resting, or keep me balanced when I was stretching, and it helped me when walking up and down a hill. But since it became shorter, it was not as effective as it used to be. On the way to Lyon, I hung the walking stick on one of the barbed fences. I thought someone who needed it will take it. If no one took it, well, it is made of wood and it's natural. Anyhow, I needed a new walking stick. I browsed for walking sticks in a store not far away from the alberg. I couldn't find any short ones, but most came up to my arms or my shoulder. I picked one and it was €8.5. I would look like a classic pilgrim if I carried only this walking stick in one hand and a water bottle in the other. It felt a little heavy, but I already knew its effects, so I paid for it right away. Good. Aside from the walking stick, the next thing on my shopping list was Korean chili paste sauce, and 2 ramen. Every other 3 days, I mixed chili paste with rice and ate ramen. These helped me relieve my fatigue and gained emotional comfort, so I needed to buy them. But no matter how much I looked at the map, and searched the internet, it was nowhere to be found. I even asked the walking stick seller, but he had no idea. I met a young Italian family, Filippo, Eva, and Leonardo, new faces. They wanted to help me, but it wasn't easy as it was not their home ground. I appreciated their help. I found an Asian store in the offline app. I headed for it right away. They only sold industrial goods and not groceries. Oh no. I spoke in Chinese, and was told that Asian supermarket, especially Chinese groceries, are located on the outskirts of downtown. It was too far to walk. I only got information for a Chinese restaurant. It was unfortunate. I will have difficulty cooking in the next few days. I was about to head to the hostel, but I saw a Burger King nearby. I don't know when the last time I had it was. Even though my knees were aching, I headed fast to the store. Wow, it was sweet and so delicious. As we burn much energy in Camino, eating low calories would be a problem, but a high calorie intake would be fine. I enjoyed my burger as much as I could. It was really good. A building by Gaudi was beautiful. I wonder how Gaudi would have thought to build such buildings with these stones. He prioritized creative designs more than architectural materials, thus he would build these beautiful buildings that seemed to have come from fairy tales. In front of the building, there was a statue of Gaudi drawing. I took a picture of it. Selfie sticks are quite an innovative invention. I started walking towards Leon Church. Wow, it was enormous. It was overwhelming just from the outside. As was about to go in when I was told the entrance is €6. What? They don't have even pilgrims discounts. Burgos Church gave a 50% discount and other churches gave a €1 discount, but here there was no such benefit. When will I ever come back here? I just paid the full €6. The inside was breathtaking. The stained glasses, interior sculptures, artworks, gold light. I follow the audio guide that was included in the package. It wasn't like there were cranes back in those days and equipment was not even well developed back then. How did they build this church? And at that height? It's impossible to believe that it was human workmanship to sculpt, carve, and trim all those things up there. How did they put that glass up and how did they put it all together so perfectly? This is beyond human capabilities to me. I returned the brochure given to me when I entered back to the staff. The staff told me I could keep it, but I told him, my bag is already heavy enough. Thanks, anyway. Leon is beautiful. There's a lot to see and eat. I don't know if I was brainwashed by walking in the countryside amongst the trees, dirt, and wind. But during the Camino, I felt hostile towards the numerous souvenir shops and restaurants that alluring tourists, and the drunks making a scene in the night and even in the dawn. Maybe, if I came here as a tourist I would have loved it more. For a pilgrim who has put distance between oneself and urban civilization and pop culture, walking alone and sleeping early was a better choice. At dinner, Vlastik offers to finish off the wine bottle he has. I said why not? And we finished it all up. Before going to bed, I came out of albergue and lay down on my back in the town square, looking up at the sky. Blue sky, it was still bright, the wind, it was quite warm, I wanted to fall asleep there. It was good. But where am I going to get chili paste sauce? I have to feed myself with bread and European dishes. I just let it go as the wind was so good. I don't need the chili paste. I just love myself at this moment, here, just laying here. The wind is my lover. Before arriving at Leon, there was a table with free beverages and fruits. Who owned it? Who are you to put these free foods? Why are you making such donations? Day 20. Right knee has a problem to San Martin del Camino. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. Good thing there were people snoring. The squeaking sound from my bunk bed and the sounds of my footsteps melted with the snoring sounds, so no one woke up. Morning cup ramen. Body warming up. It's not easy to get out of the big city. I turned on my offline map. I followed the direction to get out of the city. I saw a few pilgrims as I walk out of the square. Now I am relieved. I saw a statue of a pilgrim sitting down and taking a rest. Are you resting well? Are you thirsty? I understand what you are feeling. As I left the center of Lyon, I was taking a rest and massaging my leg before going up the swing-along bridge. I saw two ladies gallantly walking towards me. Wait. It's Fleur and Iris. These Dutch ladies were supposed to be way ahead of me as they pulled their schedule ahead. I just looked at them. Stunned, I asked them. How? They said that Lyon was too beautiful, so they took a day off there. They rested for one day looking around the city and re-energized. That's why. It wasn't a bad idea to take a rest in the place you wanted to see and rest at. Generally, it was a 33-day trip, but there is advice on the internet to take time and make it a 40-day trip. Maybe I should have done the same. Lyon was indeed a big city. These two started walking at a fast pace again. Goodbye for now. I felt discomfort in my knees. The pain was worse than yesterday. My pace was slow as my knees were hurting. I should walk slowly. This was the hardest since I started to walk. My legs felt so heavy. 24.6 kilometers. Considering how early I started, I should have arrived in the morning, but I arrived at 1 p.m. It's impossible to go further. My bag seems to have become heavier and both of my shoulders ached. It was too much pain to bear. It felt like a big needle was poking at my left shoulder. I had no choice but to stop here. I don't know how I would endure the remaining 2 weeks with these knees. Yesterday, Paolo suggested walking 6.8 kilometers more to Hospital de Orbigo. Plus, here in San Martin, the albergue is known for having bed bugs and bad hygiene. But I had no choice. I thought to myself, it's not a bad idea to experience the worst albergue, so I approached the reception. I was curious and didn't see much difference. Only thing is that there was no refrigerator in the kitchen. I met up with Fleur and Iris again at the entrance of the room. They were superwomen, having already arrived before me. Kyung-yoon and Seo-hyun were already there too. Azaro and B were also there, including Hee-young. There were some who I haven't seen for a while. Kyung-yoon paid back the chili paste sauce she borrowed from me. She told me to get as much as I wanted, but I only took what she borrowed, and just enough for my pork dish. I could cook for 1 or 2 meals. She said she bought it in Lyon. Lyon. As expected, the store was located quite a far distance. Give and take should be fair. They all gathered to play Uno and double, but they were all girls. I don't mind losing or winning in this game. Just for today, the albergue is filled with women. I was glad I didn't listen to Paolo and stayed here tonight. For dinner, I was cooking bacon when I met again with Vlastik. We took out the bacon and pitcher of beer I bought earlier, and ate in the front yard. I didn't even put salt in the bacon, but it tasted perfect. Did they put salt before they wrap it? It melts in your mouth. It's perfect pair with beer. We talked about different things and I mentioned about how my knees were hurting, especially today. He told me he had some ointment he puts on. He suggested I use it. Thinking of the 2 weeks ahead of me, I cannot say no to any type of medicine. I applied it, covering all over the top of my knees. It feels cool, more than expected. I am glad I shared my bacon and beer with him. I guess the world is fair. It may not be believable, but the pains in my knees were almost gone. What's this? What kind of remedy was this? It wasn't medicine for longevity or morphine. Maybe it came from the heavens, as I have been good all day. Anyways, I appreciated it. Day 21. Because it is a pilgrim road to Astorga. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. I sneaked out of my room like a thief and brought my things out to the kitchen. I ate the leftovers from last night and drank coffee. I stretched out. Wow. My knees were doing okay. Was it because of the ointment Vlastik gave? Or was it because of the beer? Or was it because I managed my condition yesterday? My knees didn't hurt as much. I moved my ankle and my toes, and they were in good condition. My legs were alive again. I shouldn't be arrogant, I should start slowly. I kept walking on the flat land along the road. My legs were not aching as much, but my shoulders were heavy, and the ache on the left shoulder comes and goes. I wrapped the left strap with a rag and the other with handkerchief. I thought about throwing away some stuff in the midst, but since it was small I just kept them. Now I found a use for it. I temporarily tied them up with a blue plastic bag. It was much better now. The additional rag and handkerchief helped the pressure on my shoulders. Of course, my bag felt lighter. I should try to think of ways to make it better, to walk with a bit more comfort. But I can't help but miss the hiking bag I left in Korea. Well, what can I do? Everything is in the past. I should be satisfied with the present. I passed by the town where Hospital de Orbigo is located. The bridge at the entrance was beautiful. There was a river, a beautiful horse race track, even the town and the landscape were beautiful. It was very neat. I now understand why Paolo suggested this place. Only if my knees were better. Seo Hyun passed by, and so does Kyung Yoon. They walk quite well. Seo Hyun asked me later if I was going to a bar or a restaurant. I nodded. I said I usually don't. There was not a special reason why I don't usually eat breakfast or drink coffee in a bar. Waiting for the order, chatting with people and getting my check usually take up about 30 minutes to 1 hour. There's no rush or anything, but I would rather eat in front of the church in the middle of the town or drink the water I got from the nearby fountain and relax. It's quite picturesque and light on the pocket. There are quite a number of people doing the same thing. And I feel better doing it this way, since I am on a pilgrimage. It's 10 a.m. and I am already hungry. I opened up my packed lunch and ate it. I have already walked for 5 hours, so it wasn't surprising that I become hungry by now. And it was better to eat what you consider to reduce the weight of the bag. It is helpful for my survival to remove anything, even the smallest items. We have the responsibility to finish this journey. After eating my lunch and turning around the corner, there was a mountain road. If the flatland was a solidarity walk, the mountain roads with various colors was a different walk. There was shade during the walk. And when the mountain breeze was blowing, it felt so refreshing. Maybe there will be a new road following this Camino road. There was a firm dirt road for a long while, then it changed to a pebble road. A cross in the crossroads, and a statue of a pilgrim was a spectacle. There were many people smiling. They put some clothes on the statue, put shoes and walking stick in front, wrap around with a muffler, and even put cigarettes in between the fingers. In a monotonous walk, the pilgrims' imaginations were limitless and they would add a little decoration on the statue. As I walked, feeling the mountain breeze, it was quite walkable despite the hot weather. As the edge of the plane is touching the sky, well, would it be a downhill soon? It was. I was right. I hoped that my knees will take some rest today, but I shouldn't have let my guard down. Squeaking. I stopped and relieved my knees. Squeaking. I stopped again to relax. I am certain my knees will fail me again. It was very hot today. It started to get hot past 11, and when it was around noon to 1 p.m., as expected, I was sweating all over. What can I do? Just had to keep walking. I could see Astorga. Alberg was just ahead of me, but it seemed like a mirage that I couldn't reach. I finally reached the albergue after climbing up a hill. As I was checking in, Benedicto, Roberta, and Paolo appeared. Wow! Imagine how many albergues were in this city, but somehow, out of some kind of fate, they kept appearing at the same albergue as I. Maybe they had some kind of GPS on me. But it's not possible, as they arrived here before I did. Maybe one of them is a psychic. Did they read my mind earlier? No one really asked about the next city and the next albergue, and no one really talked about it first and shared their information, but ta-da! These three just appeared in front of me. It was quite amazing. This city is where I got angry at Roberta when I was eating my Korean food. Maybe because I felt relieved after that, I was able to enjoy the sights of Gaudi's buildings, church, and the city hall square. It was the city that brought peace. Astorga was the connecting city between Spain and France's Bordeaux. It was quite a large old city. Above all, I was able to buy chili powder and chili sauce, so I can't help but love the city. I made a spicy soup for dinner. I put loads of chili powder, pork pieces and some vegetables and let it boil. Hiyung wanted to taste. I warned her it would be very spicy, but she still tasted it. When she did, she ran away surprised by the taste. She said it was too spicy. An Italian friend, Emmanuel, shared half of my spicy soup with me. Oh. I never imagined a European friend would enjoy such spicy food. I was sweating from it. It has been years since I ate like this, but it was one of those nights that I really craved spicy food. Maybe because it was such a peaceful day, but it seems that my laundry dried up faster. Day 22. I want to see the stars, to Foncebadon. I woke up at 5 a.m. today. The albergue would open the gate at 6 a.m. I don't know how long it has been, but I was able to sleep 30 minutes more. I had enough time to have a sandwich, yogurt and a coffee. Enjoying the leisure. I came up from the kitchen and waited on the first floor when people started to walk out. It was before 6, but the staff opened the door early. I started off in Flatland. It was easy. Benedicto, Roberta, and Paolo will be staying in Rabanal de Camino, which is one city before Foncebadon. The albergue in Rabanal is ran by an English, and it is quite unique, with the travelers drinking tea and having discussions with one another. It's quite a good idea, but if I don't walk up to Foncebadon today, I would have to walk 32.4 kilometers tomorrow. There are other commercial albergue in Ponferrada, a city located before my destination tomorrow, but there's no certainty that I could get a bed. And after Astorga, I noticed the increase in numbers of pilgrims. The reason is that if you walk on this road for 100 kilometers or ride bikes for 200 kilometers to Santiago, you will be issued with Compostela. Also, those who love hiking and riding bikes as a hobby usually come up to the cities in northern Spain. Astorga 250 kilometers plus, Rabanal 230 kilometers plus, Ponferrada 200 kilometers plus or minus. People started the pilgrimage or biking in cities where public transportation is well developed. If you count the people who start the Camino every year, it would be massive. If people start to gather up, there are some disadvantages for people like us who walk long distance. I am not sure about other things, but a war starts to get bed space. There aren't enough beds for everyone. Some people even sleep outside as they couldn't get any bed. And the Spanish friends who are just starting the journey usually call up in advance to make the reservation. However, for people like us who have walked from the beginning, don't usually know what time they will arrive and can't speak Spanish, it becomes difficult to get beds. This is not an English-speaking country, so aside from a few albergue, it is impossible to make reservations in English. Lorenzo, who was much ahead of me, sent me a message first. It wasn't easy for them to get a bed in Fonsbaden. If I couldn't get a bed here, then you would have to walk for 2.3 kilometers or 9.3 kilometers more. So he told me to hurry up. My legs felt heavier than yesterday, but I couldn't help but to walk faster. I had to massage my legs every hour, but since I was walking in a flatland I forgot to do that and even skipped resting. I was resting in front of the church and having baguette for lunch when Benedicto, Roberta and Paolo appear in front of me again. This was the albergue they were planning to stay. They thought I was going to stay here. No. I told them I was heading for the next town. They seemed disappointed, but today we walk a different path. As I was resting, a Canadian couple joined me. It bumped into them a couple of times today while walking. They were looking at the film. I met with friends who Saturday at the next table in Lyon. It's very natural to ask names and greet people in Camino. Asking name, nationality, having a conversation, eating or drinking wine or beer together is quite common. But you easily forget the name and ask it again, and later when it's awkward to ask once more, you just decide to say hola or hey. Now, there are so many people that you meet and so many new people, it's more difficult to ask the names and even harder to remember them. As this journey is so tiring, my brain isn't functioning as well and you lose your memory as well as your concentration. I comfort myself by reminding myself that simplicity and emptying are one of the important teachings of this Camino. The wife of this Canadian couple is pregnant, maybe about 5 months. I noticed that the husband was carrying both the bags on the way here. That was the reason why. They came from the east part of Canada. A German couple who have white hair and limps, a Spanish mom who has her 2 children in a baby carriage, an Australian couple with 1 child in each carriage, a bike running with a disabled person. And now this pregnant couple. All these pilgrims made me want to ask why they're on this hard pilgrimage. I start reflecting on myself as I am healthy. I sped up towards Fonsbaden. On my way, I meet Kyung-yoon. Do you like music? She takes out a speaker and listen to Gak Carson's Ha Hyun-woo's song. Marching, marching, here we go. She selects rock song after rock song. On a hot day like this, and climbing up a rock mountain, music is necessary. What would I have done without any music? Without the speaker? I let loose that day, shouting and all. I was already sweating all over, and my craziness over the music reached another level. I arrive. I searched for the albergue as my friends suggested. The one in the church is closed, and 2 other albergues were full. They finished booking. And the other one I found had no rooms available in their main building, but they laid beds on the gym building next door and accepted more guests. We were thankful. On our way to that building, we saw chicken, horse, and cats. It's a country house. Anyways, the war for lodging has started. After taking shower and washing my clothes, I looked for a table to write my diary, then my phone rings. Seong, okay, where are you? Stella sent me a message. When was the last time I saw here? I go back to my diary. It has been 10 days since I saw her last in Burgos Albergue, on my 12th day. Hello. I have arrived in Fonsbaden and am resting. We are in the same place. Where are you? I hurried to a place I thought they would be. She was with Valentina. I was glad to see them. I met them on my first day of Camino, and they were the first Koreans, so I felt more affection. We were giving each other high fives and greeting each other as if we hadn't seen each other for a long time. One was a dancer, the other a musician. We had so much connection. I didn't imagine I would see them again here. I was so happy to see them, and I appreciated that they messaged me. They arrived here at 1:30 p.m. and have been drinking wine since then. What? It's already past 4. There were several wine bottles on the table. They wanted to relax today. And I could definitely understand them. They were walking by Rabanal a day before, and some foreigner told them Colin passed by 10 minutes ago. Who was it? It was fascinating. They were all so excited and followed me here, but they didn't see me on their way. So, they decided to text me just in case. I see. They sped up as today wasn't just like any other day, and it would be difficult to get a room. I am so glad I was able to get in touch with them. They were like my destiny. It was wonderful that they missed me. I also missed them, so maybe our desire connected. We talked for hours. They laughed at my silly jokes, and they were free-spirited people who loved music, dance and art. I envied them. Our faces all turned red, and I was already tipsy, but we drank together until dinner time. I went for a walk. The sunset glowing and the horses peacefully eating the grass. One family was talking with my friends. I couldn't understand the conversation. I must be drunk. I lay down in the road, listening to the music. Mostly ballad songs. I love the mountain breeze. My friends also wanted to lie down here and look at the stars above. It's already past 10 p.m., but the sky is still bright and the stars are still hiding. I also wanted to see the stars, especially today. Come on out, please. Day 23. It's the same wind, to Ponferrada. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. The day before yesterday, the day before that, and even today, I couldn't see the moon. I could see the stars, but where has the moon gone? They said it's an eclipse period, maybe it was because of the eclipse. Can the moon disappear for several days due to the eclipse? I should ask the earth science teacher. Anyhow, it was dark. I started without having breakfast. The albergue didn't offer a kitchen where I could cook, and I didn't have the time to make baguette yesterday as I was enjoying too much wine last night. It's uphill, but the road was wide, so it wasn't an issue. I didn't walk for long but arrived at Cruz de Ferro. 1,520 meters. This is where you put the stone you brought from home. The biggest cross you will see in the Camino. It was surrounded by dirt and stones. It was quite high considering you have to walk up. The wind was strong and the morning was dark, so it would easily been missed, but I couldn't help but stop myself in front of this beautiful statue. Someone's picture, various decorations, belongings, shells, and other things were hanging. It must be a picture of someone they missed. They brought it all the way up here and left it behind. They walked through the hardship and kept it in their hearts and left it carefully here. I stopped and meditated. Amidst the strong morning wind, my warm heart couldn't be cooled. When I reached the top of the mountain, I saw a food truck. They sold tortilla and some coffee. Breakfast was convenient. Now it was the notorious downhill. It was known to be difficult with gravel, dirt, and rocks. It was actually a difficult way down. My knees were not going to be okay. It would have been better if it was uphill all the way. But the coming 15 kilometers were continuous downhill. My knees were in pain. They started to tremble. I put on my earphones early today. Today's painkiller is my music. Music wasn't enough. I sing to the music and go down the road. Sometimes I shouted. I didn't know how the time passed, and the pain is somewhat relieved because I was too embarrassed. It's okay. Some of the people ask me to sing louder and with more energy. This Camino trip is all about being free. When I ate breakfast and when I passed by Molinesica town, I bumped into Stella. She walked ahead of me. She walks quite well. However, I arrived first in Ponferrada. One of my friends showed me a shortcut. I walked 1.6 kilometers less. Wow. I followed him. I was able to pass by a lot of friends. Since it was 1.6 kilometers, and the last 1.6 kilometers saved me about 30 minutes. Sorry my friends. Since we didn't walk together, I couldn't share this information with you, that was my excuse. Unlike those who have books that introduces different Camino routes and information, I, who have only 33 sheets of map, couldn't have known that information they had. There are many different routes than you could learn. Especially, some routes have unnecessary turns. For example, the 1.6 kilometers like this time, but there are some routes that needs about 2 kilometers more walk. Since Camino has more than 1,000 years of history, there are many who have walked different routes. Even in the crossroads, other than the big Camino signs, if you look closely you can see arrows showing different routes. There are some that are hard to recognize as it has worn off, there are routes that are not even indicated on signs, and no indication on the books, but you would find signs when walking. Some people intentionally turn the arrows or play with the marked stones. Some pilgrims, who are used to the yellow arrows, always follow the yellow ones. Of course, it's obvious that some commercial people did it on purpose. Gathering different information on the internet and offline, and talking with the people will be the best to find the optimal path. I was sitting in the albergue to write my diary when I saw a Chinese-Spanish voluntary worker playing Chinese hacky sack with a little kid. Tick, tick. How long has it been? When I lived in China, I used to play that often. Yay. I am good at this. I changed my trekking shoes and started playing with the kids. I showed different tricks and enjoyed it so much that I forgot my legs that ached today. It was so much fun. I couldn't believe that I would play this in Camino. I was able to experience different things. I tried to return to my diary when a priest passed by me and handed me and Stella a silver medal. It was called Miraculous Medal. I should look it up on the internet after the trip. As I write this, I searched the internet. Oh, now I know what this is. I should always carry it with me. Every day I get more and more mosquito and bed bug bites. It covers my body. Literally, I had bites from the tips of my toes to my ears. I went to the pharmacy and showed the bites to the pharmacist. He then goes into somewhere and brings an ointment. I really hope that it will be effective. The bites are so itchy. In this hot weather, and with so much sweating, and an intolerable urge to scratch it as hard as I could, I really needed to find a solution for this. I really hoped that it would be effective. My legs were weak due to the downhill walk. I ate kebab in the city hall square for dinner. For €5, I got kebab, French fries, and Coke. It was quite affordable and a big serving, but it was also delicious. It was a success. I ate slowly for about an hour, and as I sat down lost in my thoughts, wind started blowing. I remember this wind. In the summer when the sun starts to set, not hot and not cold but warm breeze covers my body softly. I felt this in Camino several times already. I also felt this during my early days. How old was I? It was even before I went to elementary school. In front of our town, in the fields, lying on my back, looking at the blue clear sky and enjoying the sun, this wind started to blow. It was the same wind. My brain remembered it and my skin remembered it. The wind surpassed the space and time and hugged me tightly. Day 24. Don't be lonely, to VILLAFRANCA del BIERZO. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. I got coffee from the vending machine. I packed my things and waited. The albergue opens its doors at 6 a.m. I should have slept more. Good information like this helps me dream of more sleep. Lack of information doesn't allow you more sleep. I stretched and stretched until the door opened at exactly 6 a.m. I started to walk again, just like the other days. When we left the albergue, people walked in the same direction until the crossroads, and then people went in different ways. Which is the right way? I turned on my offline map and input Villafranca and followed the direction it led me. One person walking in front of me suddenly stopped, asking if this is the right direction. I showed the map. This person walked with me. We walked for about 5 minutes when we see a yellow arrow and 2 pilgrims pass by. I was relieved. As I was walking, the offline map and the yellow arrows started to point in different directions. I looked at the map that I pre-downloaded. The offline map and the downloaded map are different. The downloaded map will take us onto a longer route. With the offline map, I will be able to skip 2 towns. I followed the original route, and it was the right choice. The many sacred churches and monasteries around the town indicated that it was the route to Camino. I took some pictures and got stamps on my credentials. Wow, there was a long line of pedestrians. I saw Gordon, who I met in the restaurant at Fonsbaden. He is Chinese American and he stayed in Korea for a few weeks before he came here. While staying in Korea, he was able to experience the nightlife. He told me stories about the fun clubbing culture. After enjoying his debaucherous life, he decided he wanted to do something meaningful, thus he joined Camino. He is spending a 2-week vacation here. I heard that he works for a credit card company, but is he allowed this long vacation? Of course, everyone has their own style, but he enjoys talking to Korean women. And when a Korean woman passes by, he just leaves me behind and chased after her. Is he a hunter? Well, everyone has their own style. I met a Polish man named Arek. He sat beside me when I took a short rest in the albergue that was run by an English person in Ravenel. And he is also the person who showed me the shortcut in Ponferrada. I met him in front of a church as I came out of it after getting a stamp. Naturally, we started talking as we walked. Today, he said, we could reduce 900 meters in our walk. I think he is an expert in this kind of thing. He used to work in a call center and is now between jobs. Since he is from the Eastern Europe, he had a strong accent and was also straightforward. It was getting hot. The wind was lightly blowing, but it wasn't enough to endure the high temperature. As always, the last 5 kilometers was the hardest. It was uphill. Arek told me he loves music, and asked to play any kind of music. It's going to be rock again today. And then some dance music. Even when you enjoy quiet meditation and get lost in thought looking at the vast plains in the morning, when the time passed after 12, everyone was tired and a lot of people welcomed the music. Even from afar, people noticed our music and they started to sing along to it. People started cheering and walked together. We all were heading the same direction. It was better to walk all excited. Dancing Queen was playing when we reached the entrance of Villafranca. Just at the bottom, the others who already arrived in their albergue started to sing for us. Dancing Queen, we can dance, we can jive. They waved their arms and cheered for us. Just a little more and we will arrive at our albergue, let's do this. I put my bag beside my bed. If it was before, I would squat and take out my things from the bag, but now I just sit on the floor and take out my stuff. I just rested, take one thing out, rest some more and take another one out. Now it takes 20 to 30 minutes to take my stuff out. I saw Roberta and Paolo in the corridor. Oh my. I am now certain they have some GPS planted on me. If not, I can't imagine how we can run into each other in the same city and same albergue this often. I am not curious about the bedbugs anymore, I am more curious to know whether they really have planted GPS on me somewhere. Still, I was glad to see them. We drank beer in the town square and our Italian family grew bigger. We also saw other friends from other countries, from Brazil, Jenny from UK, and another Italian friend. There are some who went back home in the middle, and some who gave up, so I thought the numbers would decrease, but the numbers are increasing. This is also somewhat fascinating. Especially, Jenny from UK had been walking with me since the first day of Camino. She told me she had been lonely for the past 10 days due to language barrier and felt the loneliness during conversations. Of course, the Italian family is very caring and considerate of others. They're really nice. But due to the language barrier, aside from talking to Benedicto, she barely spent time talking to others all day. Also, she complained about her own people. She complained how it was easy to come here but there aren't many English who are here on Camino. She is a great and cool friend who, ever since Santiago, has been with me every day and filled my day with different colors. I would like to tell one of her stories. It was not long after Jenny met Benedicto. Benedicto suddenly asked Jenny her age. English are known to be very polite and conservative. A little surprised, Jenny told him how old she was, and his words made her laugh out loud. "You're well maintained at your age." Wow. The town was very clean and well maintained. Villafranca was a perfect town for a monastery located in the mid of a mountain. Arek wanted to have Korean food for dinner. He said he would also contribute. I bought 2 packs of pork belly. It would probably be good for 6 to 7 people. I fry them up in a frying pan. When it was almost cooked, I put in some soy sauce. I washed the lettuce and cucumber I bought earlier and set it on a plate. Done. No rice today. I wanted to fill my stomach with only meat today. I think I can eat about 2.5 servings by myself. Maybe the same amount for Arek. I gave the rest to Benedicto, who was wandering around us. But I told him, don't judge. He ate it eagerly. He finished and asked for some more, but he was going to eat Italian food soon, so I told him to not to eat so much. We opened up karaoke with the Italian family after having some wine. I love to sing and they also love it. It was just us in the kitchen, so we closed the door and shouted our hearts out. Music was a common language for us, and we connected and enjoyed as much as we could. Let it be. Let it be. Day 25. Any music, please, to OCEBREIRO. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. Today, the lodging war starts officially. There were a lot of new friends. I call them new shoes. There were really a lot of them. Unlike a few days ago where there wasn't many people walking at this hour, now there were many people with their flashlights turned on walking. The sun hadn't risen, yet there were already many people continuing to pass by. Of the old shoes were the ones who were nervous. If you were issued with a credential and travel as a pilgrim, you were able to stay in albergue for only 5 to 10 euros, so it would be a really affordable trip. Friends who are on the summer vacation or those who came for a hike for the weekend have invaded the Camino path. No matter what, those who don't even have bags or carrying a scallop or a tiny bag or just a sleeping bag with cigarettes in one hand are not showing even the minimum courtesy. How can I interpret the action of a friend who is smoking marijuana and walking proudly? Obviously, for the remaining duration, these new shoes become the source of gossip for the old shoes. Just looking at these new shoes became a hardship for the real pilgrims who are here for the long run. You have to be generous, but as pilgrims are only human, as I am only human, we couldn't help but dislike them. My Dutch friends Fleur and Iris stopped before Ocebrero. Benedicto, Roberta and Paolo also stopped in the town ahead. They all had the same reason. It was hard to get a room and you couldn't guarantee you could be the first 104 to arrive at the municipal albergue where they don't accept reservations. If you can't get a room, you either had to walk 3.3 kilometers or 5.7 kilometers more. Of course, there was no guarantee either that you could get room even if you walked more. My Polish friend Arek and I were adventurous and decided to walk the 27.8 kilometers distance to Ocibrero. We just had to be within the 104 people. Until the 2/3 of the distance, it was quite flat, and Arek and I enjoyed our walk, talking and taking rests together, so it wasn't that difficult. But after that point, it was all uphill, all the way to 1,200 meters altitude. It was better than downhill, only you were sweating more. For Arek, uphill was his weakness. He is taller and bigger than me, but he had a hard time going up. He had a really big beer belly. I could guess that it was about 40 degrees today. Arek and I were sweating like pigs and we wanted to rest, but we noticed a lot of pilgrims walking that way. We had to reduce our resting time and kept walking. Uphill, high temperature, sweating, another day to go crazy, Arek said. Any music, please? I didn't know what I would have done if I didn't bring this speaker. Banging, stomping, and high-pitched shouting. Arek and I sped up as we listened to the dance and rock music. Let's go crazy. We both go crazy, singing and shouting. Are we allowed to do this on a pilgrimage? Of course. This is how we share our pain and reduce the pain. It's a good thing. The wind blows stronger, hitting my body. We reached the top of the mountain. The wind was cool, but the scenery was much better. I couldn't help but take a picture of the scenery. On the entrance to Ocibrero, I noticed that there were many cars. Today was a Friday, the new shoes were exploding everywhere. The line in front of the municipal albergue was long. It was the longest line ever. We arrived later than the opening hour and had no idea how many have checked in before us. I was hoping we would be within the 104. The people in front and back go to the front desk and say, "We are safe." That was a relief. I don't know when they closed the front desk, but later we saw "full" sign on the front desk. The rooms were fully booked. It will be another war tomorrow. From this town, it is the Galicia state. In the Galicia state, there are no kitchen utensils in the municipal albergue kitchens. Some don't even have microwave ovens or electric induction stoves. What? I have no idea why. Meaning, I have to give up cooking any dish that needs to be fried, baked or boiled. If I wanted to cook, I would have to look for a private albergue, but they don't usually have kitchen for pilgrims. That means, I would have to buy my food. What kind of situation is this? I started throwing out my condiments and food ingredients. My rice, chili paste sauce, chili powder, chili sauce went into the trash can one by one. Thanks to that, my bag became lighter by the day. For dinner, I just had pilgrim menu and took a rest. If you walk upright behind the albergue, there is an elevated area where you could see the rest of the scenery. I walked slowly up as if I was in slow motion mode. When would I come back here? There was a stone chair and table. No clouds but a blue sky, and the strong winds are with me. I stood there alone. Looking at all directions, at the north, south, west and the east, I fell into contemplation. I have been lost in thought several hundred times, but I still do it here. Now, less than a week to go. Day 26. How could it be? To Triacastela. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. I don't even have time for breakfast. I washed up and packed my things and left the albergue right away. It was cold. It wasn't just the wind, but the temperature was low. I put on my windbreaker. This is the first time I experienced such temperatures since I started this journey. The moon is nowhere to be seen again. I think it had disappeared for almost a week now. The stars were always up there. I thought it would be a downhill, but at the beginning it was an uphill. A wreck is gasping for breath. We have walked for about an hour when we see a pilgrim's statue. I could see a little with flash, but nothing much is captured with a camera. I could only see a faded outline of it. We walked for another 1.5 hours, reaching 1,500 meters altitude. We have arrived at Alto do Poio. We had our breakfast there. We had bread and a coffee for €2.5. Aside from the increased pilgrims, I have noticed that there were a lot more Koreans whom I hadn't seen before. I think now I see about twice the Koreans I saw at the beginning of the trip. I am still curious as to why. Since this pilgrimage was going to end in about 1 week time and with so many new faces, I rarely asked the names and nationalities. Well, I barely asked. The new shoes, unless it was a special case, don't even bother to ask me either. It's a shame. For the past 3 weeks, everyone was curious about one another, asking questions and answering them, taking care of each other, but not so much now. It's like when you are used to the people in a small town where you meet each other every day, asked about one another, and cared for one another, then you go to the city and felt the feeling of desolation. Usually, the old shoes were the ones talking to each other. After the 1,500 meters altitude, it was mostly downhill. My knees, it was too much for my knees. Not to mention, yesterday, there was a blister on my right foot. Oh, I cut open the blister with a knife yesterday, but it formed again. I made a longer cut, and water came out of it. When a blister is formed between the toes, it heals easily, but on the foot, there was no solution for it. You can walk normally if your weight is spread evenly on your foot, but I could feel the blister under my second and third toes whenever I walk. And when it is pressed, I feel the aching pain as if all of the blood is rushing towards my foot, and the pain spreads even when I am not standing on my foot. When that happens, I can't walk for a while. If I try to reduce the pressure on my foot, I have to walk without bending my foot. My knee and the rest of my leg have to be fixed vertically, moving my hips and waists up and down. This movement puts a burden on my upper body as well. If I was walking on a flatland, I could walk like this, but downhill, I have no choice but to move my knees. Thus, the pressure is on my foot and the blister has not time to heal and gets worse. Even if I pop the blister, pressure is put around the skin, and even if the blister slowly heals, the pressure forms another layer of blister. This is not good. Why now? The first albergue is full. The ones in the middle have all been skipped, and I walked to albergue located at the edge of the town. They only had 2 beds left. If unlucky, I would have to sleep outside. These past few days, I already made some friends sleeping outside. Today, a number of people came to this albergue to check if there were beds and returned with empty-handed. I was taking a rest after taking a shower and doing laundry when Benedicto showed up. What? There are about 10 albergues here in town. And in this albergue there are only about 20 beds. And in my room alone, there are 10 beds, and I am occupying one, so there's 9 left. However, the Italian family made the reservation for the remaining 9 beds. Looking at Benedicto, I asked, "How?" And the reservation for these Italians was under the name of Colin. Wow. The coincidence. No matter where I go, I kept meeting them. It can't be possible unless they actually had a GPS on my things. I kept repeating the question until the rest of the 8 people came. How? It wasn't just me who thought like this. The 9 of them also thought the same. This is a conspiracy. Day 27. I was not lonely to SARRIA. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. A wreck followed me out again today. He has been my longest companion in this trip. 3.2 days including today. Besides him, Stella is the only one. I usually walked alone. I was all alone from the start. I met with many new friends, but I kept walking alone. There were some friends that I met in the albergue several times, but I always walked alone. Uphill, downhill, flatland, desolated roads, I always walked on my own. When you are lonely and bored, it is good to walk with someone. When you are walking with someone, time flies by quickly as you are not lonely, and there are times you forget about your legs hurting. Even when you are too tired, you tend to walk more because of your companion. Encouraging one another and holding each other's hand at times. However, I have been walking alone. I am not bored even when I am walking by myself. I am fascinated by nature changing every hour, and I wasn't bored looking at different things and feeling them. I wasn't lonely even though I walked alone. The wind occasionally came to talk to me, and my family in Korea and friends who were cheering for me were always with me. I was comfortable being alone. A wreck said he liked me. What a peculiar one. It was wonderful. I had no reason to refuse when he wanted to follow me. I hadn't walked for long from the albergue, but we arrive at the crossroads. I spot my Barcelona friend Amigo. I can tell even from afar. The straw hat, fat bag, and the way he walked. He was looking at the signs, one pointed to the direction of Samos, and the other was to Sanxel. Of course, me and Arek chose Sanxel. There was no reason to go around for 2 extra hours. Amigo chose the path Samos. We greeted each other, buen camino, and went on our ways. We headed to the right. We had to turn on the flashlight and walk carefully. It was really dark, and if one is not careful, you could sprain your ankle or step in cow poop. The smell would stick for a long time. We walked for about 5 minutes when someone followed us right from behind. Since there are more pilgrims, I was used to seeing others in front of or behind us, but this person was walking right behind us. Maybe she was lonely or just scared of the dark. After walking about 30 minutes, we stop under the street light in a small town. When we looked, the person following us was Amigo. What? Didn't he say he was going to the opposite direction? Since he couldn't speak English, all I can hear from him was Sanksel, Sanksel. We just thought that he wanted to come us. As we passed by Sanksel, we were surprised by the steep slope ahead. I was wearing my windbreaker to protect myself from the cold of the early morning, but the steepness of the slope made me sweat all over. We didn't need to rush today. We already made reservations at the albergue in Saria. We only needed to walk 21 kilometers. Despite this, we were still walking at the same pace. It has become a habit. I told them to walk slower, but once we started walking, we walked in our normal pace. Old habits die hard. As we were approaching the top of the mountain, a warm breeze was blowing. Wind usually blows like this during the early summer. What's happening? I thought it won't last long, but it was like this for about an hour. At the beginning, there was really a strong wind that was so cold that I had to cover myself up, but as we approached the top of the mountain, the wind turned warm. How do you explain this? Overnight, warm air rises and the cold air sinks to the bottom. I am not so sure. I admit I didn't do well in earth science. As we were walking on top of the mountain, the sight of the fog at the bottom looked spectacular. The other pilgrims were busy taking pictures. The sea of fog blending with the sunset was a masterpiece. We enjoyed the Camino heaven. And as we were walking down, we had to pass through the fog. It wasn't raining, but our clothes were getting wet from the mist, but we didn't notice it. As the sun was nowhere to be found, I took off my hat. My hair was all wet, as if I showered under the rain. Erek didn't have much hair, but his hair was also all wet. We drank coffee in the middle of our walk. I could see many of our St. Jean members. They said they are going to walk 30 kilometers or more starting today because of the lodging problem. The rumor is all out. All the albergues in the big cities located on the way to Santiago are fully booked. Saria, Portamaran, Palace de Rey, Azua, what's this? Some of them spent 3 hours just to make reservations. They checked all the albergues available. The others also spent the same amount of time calling. This pilgrimage is about hardship, meditation, contemplation, and reflection, but instead of that, we are worried all day long about where to sleep. Other than the albergue I booked today, I didn't make any other reservations. The lodging problem is one thing, but if this is the case, I won't be able to see these members again. They will arrive in Santiago 1 or 2 days before me. There will be those who will go home right away, or some who will go to Finisterre or Muxia. Theoretically speaking, this is the time to say our goodbyes. If we don't do it now, I don't know when I will ever see them again. Will I even be given the chance to say goodbye? I am not ready. I wasn't able to say goodbye to anyone. I may not be able to do it either tomorrow or the day next. I lack the courage. I don't know the exact numbers. I am just guessing that there was about 100,150 pilgrims who started off together in St. Jean. It's because of the tapas, the resting place in the intermediate. I don't know why it was called that, had about 150 to 200 beds ready, and it was never full until maybe the last week. And we started on Tuesday. Usually, Friday through Sunday were the peak days where people gather for their vacation, and since we didn't start on Monday, the number of people was probably low. These 150 St. Jean members started to part ways. especially after Astorga and Ponferrada, due to the lodging problems or one's flight schedules, they were rushing ahead. I became sad for nothing. I may not see those who have already gone ahead or gave up in the middle ever again. We arrived in Sarria and I reached the albergue I reserved. Wow, I see Stella and Valentina. Yay. What brings them here? They had booked a bus or train ticket from Santiago to Porto, so they walked ahead of me in a rush. What happened? They arrived yesterday, but they wanted to stay another day in the city, so they were moving to another albergue. Whatever the reason was, I was glad to see them. I was feeling down about not being able to see those who went ahead before me, but seeing them again comforted me. So glad to see them. I would love to have one more glass of wine with these ladies any time. Our names weren't on the reservation list in the albergue. I was stupefied. There are 16 beds, but thankfully there were 2 empty beds. If not, we would have had to go and search all the albergues or sleep outside. After taking a shower and doing laundry, I was looking at my phone when Benedicto appears saying, "No way. What is this?" I never told him what city I was going to and which albergue I was staying. And in Sarria alone, there are about 20 albergues. Not to mention the albergue I am staying only had 16 beds. They made reservation for the 8 beds, and out of the 8 remaining, I had occupied one of them. Wow. What are the chances of this happening? I was stunned yesterday, but today I was more stunned. Wow. Do I have to take all my stuff out and check whether there is a GPS somewhere? Today, whenever I see the Italian family, all I can say was, how? This is definitely some kind of conspiracy. Day 28. Can we spend more time here? To Gonzar. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. I had an argument with a wreck yesterday. I repeatedly told him to check our next itinerary and make reservations for lodging. I even asked him in a very polite manner, but he ignored me. He can speak basic Spanish. When it was dark, I shared my offline app with him. Under the scorching sun, we listened to the music together and shared silly jokes. But now I am asking to plan ahead and make reservations, and he is being rude. He says, "You need my help. There are some albergue where the staff can speak English, so why don't you make the call?" He is being a jerk. I have asked several times and he was being rude in front of my Slovakia friend Alan. I was sick of it. He was way out of line. I am ditching him. It was common for people to meet up and go on separate ways in Camino, but sometimes it was necessary to deliberately part ways. Alan tried to talk to him about him, but he eventually gave up and hung out with me. It was a racing day today. For old shoes, who haven't made reservation for lodging at the next destination, this is the solution for it. 1. Get up at the early of dawn and walk as fast as you could to the next municipal or Zunta. From Galicia, municipal is Zunta, and line up. 2. Get up at the crack of dawn and walk as fast as you could to the commercial albergues and see if they had any cancellations or if they could put out extra beds, and search that town. 3. Get up at the crack of dawn, walk farther to a bigger city before or after the destination and check the albergues there. 4. Sleep outside. Find where it's less windy, safer from wild animals, and sleep with the moon, stars and the wind. Whatever you choose, you have to wake up early and walk as much as you can. I left the albergue before it even hit 5, but I noticed my walking stick was gone. I searched everywhere but it was nowhere to be found. I can't believe it's gone. It was better to have a walking stick when hiking. I can use it to disperse my balance when walking uphill, and when going downhill it helps me to keep my balance, which reduces fatigue and also risks. If ever my leg hurts, I use the walking stick on that side, and when resting, I can lean on it. Also, when wild animals appear in the dark mornings, a walking stick is the best protection weapon. It is also useful when walking through tall grasses and for hitting tree branches. I don't need to say more on how a walking stick is necessary, having seen all the unusual wild animals, including snakes, while in Camino. Maybe somebody who needed it took it. I don't have any more time to lose. I can buy another one. I just leave. In the past 4 weeks, there hasn't been wind like today. I can barely stand straight because of the wind. It's a mountain road, and with the early morning wind, my legs are not strong. Today, I am on a race. I go forward, pulling all my energy. It's been 3 days since I walked all alone in the morning. I am already used to this darkness, the wind and the stars. The disadvantage of it was that I had more thoughts and kept checking on my current location more often. I go into a restaurant to have breakfast, and meet with Emma again. She's the Canadian I met in Fonsbaden. She's from Toronto, where I stayed briefly for my internship. She's very energetic, loves to be around people and is a delightful person. She's of Spanish descent. Of course, here Spanish is native. She heard all about the lodging war, and she will go 30 kilometers to Gonza. She already made reservations and she will worry about the next one, next time. She likes the term, new shoes, which I use to refer to the new walkers. I think it's quite a funny nickname. I bump into her more often, not just on our way to Santiago but even beyond that. Even in Madrid. I have 2 donuts in front of a quiet church, and walking with my knees shaking, I came across a wreck. He asks me, "Where is my stick?" What? Where is my stick? He was the culprit who took my walking stick. I would have been upset even if he had apologized, but instead he arrogantly asks me where his stick was. How should I know what his stick looks like and what kind of marking he had put on it? Maybe he jokingly said it, but my friend, it is not the time. I just said, "You can use it. I don't need it." And I just walked away. Sometimes we need the courage to say, sorry. I met with my Barcelona amigo a few more times. While walking, in a coffee shop, in front of the church, I offered to have wine or beer in Portamarin Municipal Albergue. We may not be able to understand each other, but he is my good drinking buddy. However, I wasn't able to see him today. Not until I arrived at Santiago. I arrived at my destination today, Portamarin, before 11 a.m. It was quite early to check the albergues, but I went anyways, just in case. The albergue was closed and a kid nearby told me it wasn't opening today. Then I went to the biggest private albergue in town. It can host 130 people. I didn't even see the names of the reserve but saw X marked on all beds. I asked in Spanish, not knowing if it was grammatically correct. I just used the translator app. Uno cama esta noches, do you have a bed tonight? Completo, lo siento, full, sorry. I asked another albergue at the edge of the town. Completo, lo siento, full, sorry. They said if I left my number, they would call me if there was any cancellation. And what if there isn't any cancellation? I wonder. What should I do? It's just a little past 11. Suddenly, I remember what Paolo said 2 days ago in Tricastella. He told me he had made a reservation at the next destination, in Gonotsta, and that I should come over if I couldn't get a bed in Portomaran. He said I didn't have to worry as the reservation automatically cancels after 4 p.m. He was wise. Well, it was his third Camino. I started to respect him more. 7.9 kilometers to go until Gonza. I should just walk there. It's uphill. The earth was heating up already. This was a familiar pattern. I met up with some new shoes, but they complained that it was hot and there was no shade. I just smiled. The sun was hot, but the temperature wasn't over 35 degrees. I arrived at Gonza Alberg. They said they were full. I told the staff my friend made a reservation 2 days ago. Paolo made reservation for 10 beds. Later, from 10, it was only 8 who came. Benedicto was going to walk until Palas del Rey. What? That's over 40 kilometers. He must have a tight schedule. The lodging war made me nervous, too. My next destination was Melide, as Palas del Rey was fully booked, so I skipped it and made reservation at Alberg via internet. 2. The next day, I also skipped Azua for the same reason, and Paolo helped me make a reservation at Santa Irene, a small town, by phone. 3. I will rest one day in a locally ran albergue, 500 beds. In Monte do Gozo, which is just 4.4 kilometers before Santiago. Then, I will go straight to Santiago. I made a reservations for 2 nights, including the night of arrival, in Santiago. In 4 days, I will enter Santiago after 32 days. It will all soon come to an end. Feeling sad. What will come to my mind as soon as I arrive in Santiago? How will I greet Santiago? And what will Santiago be like? I don't know much about Santiago. I've only seen a short clip introducing Santiago Church. My sadness overcame my excitement the whole afternoon. Was it because my friends felt the same as I did? While eating, drinking, they wanted to talk more and make eye contact and stay together. As I had to wake up at 4:31 a.m. the next day, I needed to sleep early, but I just sat in my chair and looked at my friends. My friends call for me, offering to drink beer. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Some of them are not talking but just sitting there. They are also sad. They don't want to stand up yet. It was a shame that this time is passing. For a long while, I just looked at them. My foot and heel started to ache. I wrapped it with pressure tape, then looked at my friends again. I folded my laundry and separated which one I will put in my bag and which one I will wear tomorrow. Then I looked at my friends. It was sad, just sad. Can we just stop time and stay here as it is? Day 29. Hurt is hurt to MELIDE. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. Today I walk 32 kilometers. Since I have already made a reservation, I can arrive whenever. I can walk slowly and throw away the habit of rushing like the past few days. The wind was strong. There were many people awake at this hour at the Zunteralberg next door. After walking for an hour, I was crossing the bridge over the highway. The wind was so strong that my hat flew away and I had hard time walking straight. I was holding on to everything but my towel was missing. This towel has wiped my sweat and protected my neck from the coldness during Camino. My white towel that I appreciated so much was now gone. It helped protect me from the cold, but it has flown away due to the strong wind. I sat for a while on a stone chair across the bridge. This must be how Tom Hanks from Cast Away felt when he lost his volleyball friend, Wilson. It's a shame. I can't go back to where I came from, and I don't know where it fell in this dark morning. Both of my knees are in rough shape. I can barely stand straight. The aching pain in my left shoulder has returned. The most painful part was the blister on my right foot. Oh my. The blister became bigger yesterday. The blister was gone from where I had cut my skin, but the surrounding area had layers of blisters. I even cut off the skin with scissors, so that it wouldn't re-stick. When I started walking, I saw it was effective. There wasn't much pressure, but as I kept walking the pain got worse then. As I put pressure, I feel as if blood is puddling around that area. My pace has slowed down drastically. It was the worst physical pain I had to endure during this Camino. I tried not to put much pressure on the blistered area, but it was hard on my knees and back. It would have been better if my knees were in good condition, but from yesterday's long walk and the uphills, they are really at their worst. I yield the way to people passing by. This is what I did at the beginning of the pilgrimage. I greet 'em, hola, buenos dias, and let 'em pass. Today I yield to everyone. When I reached near Palos del Rey, the pain faded, so I increased my pace. I was happy as I thought I was back to normal. I walked for about 30 minutes and then stopped. The pain had returned. I didn't know what to do in such a situation. Do I have to tie up my foot with something? Naturally, the scenery went unnoticed, and there was no time for meditation. All my concerns were focused now on my knees and foot. When a gold medalist marathon runner was interviewed and asked what was the most difficult part of the race, he answered it was the small pebble inside his shoes. No matter how I tried to forget about the pain by listening to music, I was frustrated at the pain the blister was giving me. Let me just walk. On my way up to a town, I picked up a thick tree branch. This was my temporary walking stick. It was good. I entered Venta, a restaurant, to have breakfast, but there was no table left because of the new shoes, and I had to wait in a long line to order. My Toronto friend, Emma, lined up to order but soon gave up and went to another restaurant. I also skipped this restaurant. I went to another restaurant, bought croissant and coffee and enjoyed my breakfast. This was a leisure that one could take only if you already had reservations. At the restaurant, I met with two Korean friends, Seok Chien, whom I met in Astorga, and Ji-hoon, who I met in Portomarin and walked together in Barcelona Camino. Aside the fact that they were Koreans, it was nice meeting someone you were familiar with. I spent an hour getting to know them, so I was happy to see them. They asked how my blister was, so I showed them. I picked up a natural wood stick. Seok Chien then gave me his metal stick. He said he didn't use it, and told me why he brought it with him. In the beginning of St. Jean, he met with a Korean woman and stayed in the same albergue. She was the one who left the stick there. The owner there asked him to hand it to her if he saw her again, so he took it. And maybe it was the next day or a few days later, he met her and returned her stick. The woman said she didn't find a reason for her to walk in this Santiago de Camino and that she is not even religious. Then she gave him the stick. After, she left for Santiago riding a bus. Seokchian carried the stick with him just in case for 4 weeks, but he didn't have any use for it. Now he thinks that the stick has met its rightful owner and hands it to me. I told him that it was okay, but he insisted, telling me he didn't need it and he was just glad that someone who needed will use it. He even adjusted the height. I think only the good ones come to Santiago de Camino. So many of the pilgrims were helpful. I balanced out my weight using the stick, the pain was more bearable. I was thankful. I was still walking a slow pace. Somewhere after passing Palas del Rey, I meet up with my Slovakian friend Alan. He was looking at me fascinated and welcomed me. In his mind, Colin left the albergue early in the morning, and even when he catches up with me in the middle, I always arrive early at the albergue and wait for him. That's what he imagined, but he couldn't believe that he was walking ahead of me, and he even started walking around 7:20 after having breakfast. I started walking just past 5. Our conversation just showed him what kind of condition I was in today. Unfortunately, Alan slipped in the rain on the first day of St. Jean but still walked with a swollen ankle. Of course, he didn't try to overdo it, and plus he had wrapped his ankle with a pressure band. He had walked all the way here, burdening his back and knees. His ankle has almost fully healed, and since he was really tall with long legs, his was practically flying. He is a great man. He endured the pain every day and had a smile on his face, and was soon to finish this journey. Looking at him, I was more deeply moved and thankful there are friends like him. I tried to walk faster, but pain is still pain. We are young, so it's okay to hurt, but pain is pain. I only needed to walk for about 2 hours. Before the forest and downhill, I take a rest by the road. I meet with an Italian friend. I can't remember his name because it was quite difficult, but he is definitely a comedian. I hate these people, the people without bags. And the picnic people, too. I agree with him. They were new shoes pretending to be pilgrims when they just have sleeping bags without travel bags, or wearing mini skirt or jeans. If they weren't so obvious, you would just think they were tourists or on vacation, but the number of these new shoe pretenders have increased a lot. Right. The old shoes were thinking the same. I arrived at the albergue, and got my bed. For about 30 minutes, I just sat at the floor, not moving, just breathing. I took some things out of my bag, and I just breathed with my head down. My legs hurt badly. The upper part of my right sole is half paralyzed. I just breathe deeply. When I finally have the energy to walk again, I take my towel and go to the shower. I feel sad, the Camino journey is coming to an end. My legs were in bad shape, but I can still walk, and physical pain is nothing. What have I gained from this walk? What have I lost? I brought this pain to myself. There were times I cried bitterly, but what have I gained and lost from all this? Joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure. I just don't know. The pain in my body faded after 3 glasses of beer. Hard days like this, I can't not drink wine or beer. It's not just the physical pain, 3 glasses of beer is enough for emotional pain. Day 30. Friends will meet again, to OPEDROUZO. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. There was no one packing their things in the corridor or in the kitchen at this hour. Where has the moon gone? Is it just me who can't see it? I enter the forest. I can hear the birds chirping and the sound of rustling leaves, but sometimes I can hear strange sounds, making me nervous. Is it wild animals? I turned on the light on my phone as well as my flashlight and started walking. The 2 pilgrims in front and 2 behind me, whom I didn't know, also walked keeping the distance. It wasn't only me who must have been scared, they would have been scared too. I think I walked about an hour and a half, the sun was ready to rise. I wanted to rest, so I put my bag down on a chair and untie my shoelaces. I was sitting for not so long. Wait. Those long-legged ladies walking enthusiastically, they were Fleur and Iris from Netherlands. They surprised me in Lyon appearing before the sunrise, and now, here in the woods, they surprised me again. My small eyes widened, and I asked, how? Weren't they walking ahead of me? According to the schedule, they should have already arrived one day ahead, so I've already said my goodbye by myself. Fleur sprained her ankle yesterday in the woods. Oh no. They had to go to the hospital yesterday because the bump was serious, as it was as big as an egg. The doctor said she couldn't walk for a few days. There was no way she was going to listen to the doctor. When she noticed that the swelling had gone down, she just wrapped her ankle with a bandage and started the walk. Wow. She was going to use a porter service for her bags only for today. She put all the ingredients she needed for a sangria party tonight and some food. She was smart. Then I see Hee-young walking towards us. And then Catherine, then Azaro, then B, and lastly Seo-hyun. They were friends I already said my goodbyes to in my mind. St. Martin's double Uno card game team came. I was happy to see them. I didn't expect to see them here. They noticed my waterproof bag cover and my hat from afar. Ha ha ha. I asked where they are staying and they said in Santa Irene. We were staying in the same albergue. Of course, I will join the sangria party. I was looking forward to a fun party. There were people that I couldn't meet no matter how long I waited, but there were people that you were glad to see even though you didn't wait for them. Since my bed was already booked, I took leisure in walking. The blister on my foot was better than yesterday. I just put medical tape that was like a paper on the blister so that it wouldn't be contaminated. Since the pressure on that area had reduced, it was much better. The trees were quite long and beautiful. I couldn't find my earphones since the previous day. I dug up my bag but I couldn't find them. Maybe they were stuck in between something. I opened all the zippers in my jacket pockets, and even my waist belt, but I couldn't find them. I must have left it in Gonza. I remember putting it on top of my bed somewhere. I must have forgot it in the morning. It wasn't easy to keep my tempo without music. Since there were too many people, I couldn't use my speakers. The distance I needed to walk today was far enough that I was still walking even after the lunch hour. I felt relaxed as I already made a reservation, no need to hurry. It was already past 2 p.m. and Santa Irene was just ahead. I have to walk about 1 kilometer more to the albergue. It was already 3 p.m. I opened the door and entered the albergue. Our old man says something in Spanish. I told him I had a reservation under the name of Colin Correa. He looked at the reservation list for today but couldn't find my name. What? We look at the list together. Am I imagining things? What am I going to do? Just in case, I looked at yesterday's list. There was my name. Oh no. 2 days ago, I asked Paolo to make a reservation for Wednesday. Wednesday. Not to mention, Paolo has already made the reservation here, so I booked at the same albergue under my name. I asked uno cama, 1 bed. Just in case. He said it's completo. I used my translation app and showed him call log, it didn't do any help. He just keeps repeating completo. What should I do? I tried calling the Italian family. I wanted to check if someone who made the reservation isn't coming or has changed destination. If there was a vacancy, I hoped for it. Language barrier. I tried to explain carefully to younger one, Maximo, but he couldn't understand me. Jenny could be with them, but she can only speak Spanish, and not Italian. I couldn't do anything. I just end the call by saying, thank you. Gracias. It is already late, but I needed to go to the next big city. Hoping that the Zunta albergue might have beds available, or that maybe someone has cancelled, I walked fast. While walking, I try calling all the other albergues, just in case. Bottom line, they were all full. Let's be optimistic. If all the albergues are full, I could just pay more and stay in a hostel. I went to the Zunta albergue as soon as I arrived at O Pedruso. It's full. I went to a hostel, it was also full. I even went to a boarding house, it was full. Maybe I should follow Seokchian and Jihun's advice earlier, and if I can't find a bed for tonight, I should just walk all the way to Santiago. That's a total of 50+ kilometer. Since it's the last night, there's no stopping me, but just I have to try one last time. I asked to albergue in Puerto de Santiago, uno cama esta noches, do you have 1 bed for tonight? The middle-aged man asks, Saint Jean. I showed him my credentials. He said there was a bed. I couldn't believe it, I wasn't even expecting it. I thought this was my last torture test before arriving at Santiago. I breathed deeply out of relief. It seems like he is asking me to leave my bag and follow him. He shows me where to put my shoes, and the shower. Upstairs, he showed the place for laundry, then the empty bed. I almost cried. I paid for the bed. He showed me a notice written in Spanish and says something to me. I don't understand. I could only read 12 o'clock to 1600, 15, Camas, Burgos, 487 kilometers, but I understood what it meant. It meant between 12 noon to 4 p.m., 15 beds will be saved for those pilgrims who have walked for over 487 kilometers after Burgos. It was 3:40 p.m. now. I got on the very last train. I don't know if other albergues have such policy, but I was thankful that this albergue did. Wasn't it great? It was kind of a respect for the pilgrim in the long run. One can get over other things like lack of food, using nature as a toilet, enduring thirst or sharing with others, but if there was no bed to sleep in, it would be the biggest obstacle. Of course you can sleep outside, but you can't sleep on an empty lot, and it wasn't easy to find an area where you won't bother others with less wind and no wild animals. This wonderful policy should be recommended to all the other albergue after Astorga. How should I suggest this to the Spanish government? I am at ease now. I bought 2 cans of beer Saturday by the fountain and drank facing the wind when Emma, whom I saw yesterday in a supermarket and greeted with our eyes, passed by. We greeted each other. She was searching for a Wi-Fi spot and she will be meeting some of her friends for dinner. She asked if I wanted to join, so I said, why not? I bragged about my albergue and gave her the password to the Wi-Fi, but she couldn't connect. We went to the front of the restaurant where I had dinner earlier and gave her the password. It was working well. She contacted her friends, and after a few seconds we met her group of friends. They were somewhat new shoes, they started off from Astorga or Sarria. 2 more joined in the restaurant, and I realized I had seen before. One of them was a St. Jean member. The other looked like Sophie Marceau. They must be a couple. On the street, about 40 people are walking by. They were clapping and singing together. They started to sing in chorus in front of a restaurant. They turned here and there, jumping and turning. I can't jump. It has been days since I was able to jump. They were the topic of our conversation that night. Day 31. Why did you bring me here? To Santiago de Compostela. Woke up at 4:31 a.m. It was the last day. This was the day when I saw the most people crying during Camino. Crying while walking, crying while resting after walking, crying after arriving at the destination. There were those who cried quietly, and those crying out of joy. There were also those who cried from a place deep inside. Today, I wept my tears quietly. There were 3 people awake at this hour. I threw out all the food and sauces I had. I left the rice in the kitchen. I washed the plastic containers that I used to keep my lunch or snacks, and left it also on the dish rack. Originally, I planned take a rest in Zunta Albergue in Monte de Gozo, and then headed for Santiago the next day. But then I changed my check-in time at the Santiago Albergue to today. The distance was only 20 kilometers and I planned to stay for 4 days before heading to Madrid. I didn't talk much that day. There were so many people around that I didn't know who I was talking to, and many were walking alone in the crowd today. They are all walking in a group, but their minds were set in their own territory. Monte de Gozo, or the Mountain of Joy. For thousands of years, the pilgrims have wept the tears of joy while looking down on Santiago from the hills. I can see some things that the pilgrims left behind. Caps, shoes, scarf, clothes, they must have left them regardless of the condition, since they longer needed them as Santiago de Compostela was just ahead. I saw a yellow arrow showing 4.7 kilometers. I am almost there. I can see up Santiago de Compostela sign written in red. As I pass this sign, tears start to stream down my cheeks. Once I started crying, I couldn't stop. The warm tears silently streamed down my cheeks. Why did you bring me here? Why did you make me walk here? Why did you make me cry? Why did you give so much pain? As you walk following the arrow, you will see the Santiago de Compostela square. The bagpipe music sounded more depressing today. I stand in the square staring at the Santiago church, absent-minded. The morning sun radiates the back of the Santiago church. I walk to the back of the square, put my bag against a pillar, untie my shoes, and sit on the floor leaning on the pillar. Good job, Colin, good job, my two legs. And thank you, my family, my friends, and my faith. Epilogue. My body has returned from Santiago, but my heart remains in Santiago. It will stay for a while and I will get it back within 2 weeks. This is what I told my vice principal when we talked in the city over coffee. I am sorry, teacher, in fact, I won't get it all back but will leave a piece behind. As I had this conversation, maybe it was because I missed the bright sun of Santiago, but I let him sit in the shade as I enjoyed sitting under the blue sky and the warmth of the sun. Both my body and my heart felt comfortable here. The day I arrived in Santiago pilgrimage, I unpacked my things in my room, came out to the square, and did almost nothing. I just spent time looking at the Santiago church, laying back, and leaning on the pillar. When I saw my friends from Camino, we took pictures together, exchanged contact information, and then I would just go back to laying, leaning and enjoying the moment. I got my Compostela certificate the next morning. As I stayed in Santiago, I reunited with many friends. Those who walked ahead of me walked with me, and walked behind me. We were all happy, hugging and congratulating each other. We met, went through the hardship, laughed and cried together. And we finished together. Just for the reason that we had the same destination, we opened our hearts to each other, and gave a warm smile. We could cry as much as we wanted here in Santiago Square. We are entitled to it. 775 kilometers. I am thankful that my body is still intact and I finished safely. If you ask what have I learned from it, the answer to that is written in my travel journals. It's a secret. If you ask me why, I am afraid I might ask you to walk with me, as I will show it to you myself. I am writing this after a some time has already passed, but I miss that time, that place, that journey, and those friends. I want to go back. Camino de Santiago. Should I take a longer walk next time? We have to be brave to say hellos and also goodbyes. I visited Madrid before returning. I end the story with these words I wrote as I watched the sunset. I have never seen sunset during Camino. I always saw the stars and the moon in the early morning or just the sunrise. Madrid has given me a small gift. A beautiful sunset. Thankfully, this sunset softly whispers to me, don't ever forget these previous days. My teary eyes and my burning heart quietly replied, thank you, I will cherish you. It was a peaceful evening. Buen Camino.